Hello, everyone, and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us today. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late-night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for today, Marin.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Happy to have you here, Marin.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah. Well, we can already see that there's a good number of folks in chat who are familiar with you. I've seen a couple of your emotes flying around, but for those who might not know you, if you could introduce yourself.
Of course, for those of you who do not know me, my name is Marin. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. Typically, I play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or I just never shut up about them. But that's generally it. I'm a bit of an amateur voice actor. We'll call it that. We're gonna go with that.
Well, actually, if memory serves, you were recording something just the other day on stream. I tuned in sort of like halfway through that. So what were you recording?
That was a story. I do have a second channel on YouTube called, what is it? Dark Carnival Campfire that I've been working on. But I'm like terrible. I have horrible nerves, so I can't get myself to record for it. I'm like way too nervous to do it by myself. So my Wheel of Punishment has a 1% chance to land on a required live recording. That's what that was. So we read,
so you got
a story called
lucky.
Black-Eyed Sushin. Oh yeah, very unlucky. It was, I think it almost landed on it a second time in that same stream, but it just barely passed it.
Next time, chat, next time.
But yeah, I'll get that edited and they'll have that soon, TM. That is a Bethesda soon.
Oh yes. I'm very familiar with the Bethesda soon. But you mentioned that you do some amateur voice acting. Do you do things other than your own stories, or is that sort of your wheelhouse for the time being?
Right now, it's primarily that. I do take voice commissions here and there, and I've been doing auditions. The closest I got was I almost did a English redub of the what is not Lobotomy Corporation. What's the newest game? I'm forgetting. Not Lobotomy Corporation. The Limbus Company, that's what it was. They were looking for English voice actors for the redubbing of that, because I think it's in Korean still. I only made it to like the second audition round. And then I was like, well, damn, that was the closest I ever got to a professional thing. So most of the stuff I've been applying to is like amateur stuff.
Is there anything?
It happens.
Is there anything that really got you into voice acting, made you say, oh, I want to try that? Because you mentioned that you're a bit anxious about it. So I'm glad to hear that at the very least you are fighting against that urge and being like, no, I want to do this, even if some part of my brain says I do not.
Oh, yeah. I have the usual like stage fright of everything. It used to be worse years ago. Streaming has made it leagues better than it was. I used to have to take swigs of Jägermeister before I'd have to give speeches in college, because I'd be so nervous that I'd have to like run to the bathroom constantly before it was my turn. And then eventually somebody was like, yeah, we can't even tell you're nervous. You always just seem to do so well, even if you like forget some parts on occasion. I'm like, huh, I didn't know that. I didn't know I looked good doing this. Then I started streaming shortly after.
Yes, indeed. Fake it till you make it.
Uphill. Yeah.
Peter, the microphone is here. Yes, indeed, Grizon. Thank you for the follow. Also, thank you, the JFax and Short646 for the follows. Welcome on in. Do you have any particular roles or just performances that stick out in your mind in terms of voice acting that are ones that, even if not necessarily you want to replicate those, that you look at and say, holy cow, those are just, they stick out in your mind?
I really don't know. I know I'm supposed to have some. I really should, especially because I want to talk to a like studio, like a sound studio person sometime soon to get a good reel done. And those are usually the best to have examples. But off the top of my head right now, I don't. Like, I've always want to play villains.
Villains always get the best dialogue. Clever. They have the best intonations. They're just fun.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, someday I think my dream role would be to someday be able to be like either the main villain or just a smooth talking hero in a game.
Yeah.
Probably some kind of RPG. I would not want to end up like, I'd be willing to do like strategy games where there's always just like, there's like 20 to 30 voice actors, and it's just because there's so many units. Like I do that, but I think the dream role is to have like a named character in an RPG.
Yeah, definitely. Now, your theming is obviously Mistress of the Dark Carnival, and you mentioned me that one show that you like is The Greatest Showman, which is based on, it's obviously a dramatization of it, but it is a dramatization of the creation of Ring Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus, if memory serves.
Yes, it is. Hugh Jackman plays P.T. Barnum, Phineas T. Barnum.
So did that have any influence on your branding as Marin, or are those just sort of two independent things and it's just sort of, you have that consistency? It didn't start with Greatest Showman necessarily, but perhaps you like Greatest Showman because you already had the affinity towards the carnival circus aspects.
I love festivals. I love carnivals. So before it came around, I really already enjoyed carnivals. So like, if anytime somebody's been like, new movie's coming out, it's about a circus, it's at a circus, it's part of a circus or something like that, I'm like, I already got my ticket, loser. But
you son of a bitch, I'm in.
I'm in. Flicks 2 tickets. I think I really also enjoyed it just because it's like a really good musical. I really liked its upbeatness, and a lot of its songs just kind of feel like really significant anthems.
Yeah.
I think that's generally good for that. There's not a lot that like appeal to like my theme too much. I tried to combine essentially, to my mind, the reason I went with like carnival circus of horrors and stuff is like a carnival and circus, ignoring the capitalist implications, is a place where the purpose is just to have fun.
Yeah.
Just to go and forget like your worries of the world and fill yourself with whimsy, greasy food, and just enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
And I wanted to mix that with like my love of horror. I love horror to no end. Before streaming, I was a chicken, in the case that like I had so many horror games on backlog and that I loved and wanted to watch, but I never wanted to do it by myself. I was afraid to do it by myself. If I like, before I started streaming, I couldn't play DBD by myself.
Oh.
It was too scary. When like the heart rate would stop when like the hunter was coming at me or the killer was coming at me, it would skyrocket my anxiety to like high heaven, and I wouldn't want to play the next round afterwards.
Oh no. Oh, I am certainly, I wouldn't call myself an outright chicken, but horror is not my wheelhouse even to this day. It is not where I choose to spend my free time, normally speaking. Horror movies in particular, of just that type of anxiety. I understand that the adrenaline high can be something that people enjoy. I understand why some like it. That's not the adrenaline flavor that I enjoy when I am consuming media in my free time. It's not so bad.
Like, the adrenaline when I first started, I was just getting like the anxiety. It was just straight fear. It was like the heart wasn't pumping. The hormones weren't pumping. The heart was pumping.
Yep. Just, it's not so bad for me that, if I go to a movie and I see a horror trailer in, the coming soon stuff before the movie I'm there for starts, I'm not going to have to like close my eyes, plug my ears or anything, but I'm going to watch them and be like, yes, how nice. I know exactly something that I will not be seeing in this theater in exactly however many months it is until that thing comes out. I will pass. Thank you very much.
I still do that at movie theater. I love movie theaters. I love going to see horror movies in movie theaters. The problem is the sound mixing is fucking terrible.
Oh, it wildly varies. That, like, even in the same just theater chains, I feel like you can tell if somebody on staff knows what they're doing, because every so often you will find a theater that has really good sound balancing, and others, when they have that sort of pre-show reel where they're trying to show off their sound systems, I'm sitting there being like, oh, you're just showing off the fact that you have your bass too high or that you have your bass too low, because it's not even consistent when it's imbalanced. And that's what tells me that it's just somebody, whether it's the manager of the theater or whoever they have hired to do their AV, doesn't know what they're doing, because it's not even the same way that it's wrong from theater to theater.
Oh, yeah. I went and saw Sinners recently, and like, regardless if it was like the scary like vampire attack moments or like musical moments, those were both too loud.
Yeah. Just
I sat there with my fingers in my ears to listen to those scenes because that gave me the right amount of volume.
That's unfortunate. I've heard that Sinners was good. I saw a couple of things saying that it's
so
one of
good.
the highest grossing original films of the past 15 years or so, which is very impressive.
It's very good. I like going to the movie theaters. I go to the movie theaters at least roughly once every 3 months. Once every 3 months would probably be the way like I spread it out.
Yeah.
And I've hated almost every movie by the end of it, except Sinners. For like the last 4 or 5 years, there's not a movie I've sat down to watch that I've been like, holy shit, that was awesome. And when Sinners was over, I was like,
holy shit, that was awesome.
I want to watch this again. Oh no, -1, Godzilla -1.
Oh, I still need to see that one. I've heard really good things about -1.
That was the movie before that I watched that I was like, this was a good movie. I want to see this when it comes out in black and white.
Prior to COVID, I used to go to the theater a fair amount, that at least once a month, sometimes twice a month, that I was really on a roll. And then obviously nobody went to theaters for a while. And that, when things opened back up, that I've gone a handful of times since. There just have not been as many movies that have made me actively want to go get my butt in the seat, I guess.
Yeah, it's early on, like I lived up north for a while, and our fun weekend thing to do was go to a movie theater that had a pizza place attached to it, like a really nice pizza place. So we'd get a slice of pizza and then we'd go to the movies.
Yeah.
But my roommate at the time was the average kind of like guy, so we went and saw most Marvel movies and stuff.
Yeah.
Can't think of one that I absolutely enjoyed. I was legitimately angry when I left seeing The Immortals.
Oh, I never saw The Immortals. I saw most of everything through Endgame. Like, I didn't see Thor. That's about
where it ended. It was all downhill from there.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, no. I saw Spider-Man: No Way Home. Then I haven't seen it since.
That one was pretty decent.
Yeah.
It was half decent.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one, and I saw the stuff they were saying. I was like, oh, I could potentially see other things, but just, I don't know. I do very much chalk it up to just the quote-unquote Marvel fatigue that I think a lot of people have right now.
And them overextending themselves. This was basically the point where they started making like the TV shows too.
Yeah, and that I'm of two minds. And in some ways, I think it was smart of them to decouple from the theater entirely, because I think that there's a very vast universe there with a lot of stories that aren't practical to be told in a normal film format, and frankly just too many characters that they can't justify the full theatrical production for. And that I'm glad to see some of these stories being told, in some way than none at all. But I also completely understand, and am completely very much a victim of it's just too much to keep up with.
For sure. I saw, The Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange, The Multiverse of Madness, in theater. And I did not know I was supposed to see WandaVision beforehand.
Yeah.
Because it's post-WandaVision. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Yeah. Just, it's such a cool thing that they've done, because goodness knows, I was sitting in Endgame, and obviously the portal scene, rightfully iconic in its own way, and that I was just sort of sitting in the theater being like, wow, they worked for a decade to get this 3-minute sequence, and it's paying off for me. It was really freaking cool. That it was just them parading everything out. Yeah. And,
yeah.
And just, okay, yeah, in actuality, all you're doing is just doing a big montage. But at the same time, what that sequence represented was a really cool and well-earned flex of, yes, we made this decade-long project of, some 25 movies, and we did it. And this is our victory lap. And I was like, yeah, that's really freaking cool.
Payoff.
I respect what you've done here. This is something that has not been done in cinematic history. That they did something really special. And that obviously after that, it's not reasonable for them to just stop and never do it again and say, okay, we did a cool thing, we're not going to continue when we're making buttloads of money. But also at the same time, I don't think they're going to be able to reach that high again. And
they're not doing the story arcs properly if they want to do that again.
Yeah,
Like, they've had Invisible War going on. They've had like the Celestial like scenario happening.
It's just too much, and that
X-Men are completely vacant right now. Like they can't do anything going forward in terms of like large Marvel movements without reintroducing the X-Men.
Yeah, and I see different pieces that excite me and make me almost get back to the theater and be like, okay, that's cool in concept. And I don't know, just a combination of I see reviews and I hear, oh, you know, this one was good, this one was solid. I heard that, what was it, Thunderbirds, was it? It was the recent
the new
one.
Yeah.
I heard that was
that. I probably won't see it. I've heard it's decent.
I've heard it's one of the best since Endgame. It still didn't get me into the theater.
Yeah, I couldn't be convinced. It's mainly. I also didn't watch Winter Soldier. There's just something about being
Winter
like,
Soldier
this
was
is
really
a Bucky
good.
or Black Widow related story, and I'm just like,
yeah,
nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, but at the very least, you know, I hope others are enjoying it. That even if I'm now in the group of folks that isn't eagerly going, that, you know, I'm very much someone who wants to see more cool stuff out in the world, and that I'm not going to yuck someone's young unless it's something that is egregiously offensive. And, you know, Marvel, for even at its worst, is not egregiously offensive. So I always see these and like, okay, I hope the fans like it. I hope that the folks who love the source material, if nothing else, I hope that they walk out happy. Whether or not it does good at the box office, I don't care so much about that. But, you know, I hope that the actors involved had a good time. I hope that, you know, it benefits their career, or at least doesn't harm their career.
Yeah, to some degree.
Yeah.
Unless you're Chris Pratt, in which case I hope your career ends immediately.
Oh, what do you have against Chris Pratt?
Chris Pratt got his career because he watched a lot manager accidentally hit a kid with his car, and the manager said he'd get him a role if he didn't tell anyone.
Okay, that's news to me.
He's also not a good actor, and he's not a good person.
I think he's a medium actor at best. I don't think he's fantastic. But, wow.
He's a known homophobe.
Oh, that's right, that one. Yes. Oh, yeah.
He's a member of one of the like LA like main super churches.
Right. Yeah.
That's like it's basically the LA equivalent of like the Westboro Baptist.
Well, anyways, in brighter news.
There's tons of stories of like all of the actors like, going to like charity events and stuff, or like going to like airings and stuff, and they don't invite Chris. Nobody invites Chris unless it's like the executives for like one of those, what do they call it before like a theater action?
Oh yeah, like the
press tours.
The press tours, the pressers and whatnot.
Press tours.
Yeah. Well, at least we know that there are a good number of legitimately good folks out there. That, you know, even if they can't all be. But yeah.
True.
Any movies that you're really looking forward to? Anything, whether it be, you know, a new thing, an adaptation that's coming up, something that you're really excited to finally see get released?
In terms of movies, I can't really think of anything. I think this is gonna sound weird. One of the questions you gave me before was on like anime and stuff, and I didn't mention at the time, but I just remembered. A light novel, I think it's a Chinese light novel called Lord of the Mysteries, is actually getting an anime this summer, and I'm extremely excited about it.
Ooh, okay. Please tell me about this one, because I do not know the source material, but I do watch a lot of anime.
It's essentially, it's like starts as an isekai, where like this is the plot, guy from like Earth goes somewhere else, but then it falls away after that. It's just like, oh, okay, he's just here.
Yeah.
And then it's gone. It's never thought about again.
It's at the point where a non-zero number of isekai use that. I think isekai is a very useful mechanic. I think it's a better mechanic than it is as a world building tool.
Yeah.
I have a mini rant, but I'm gonna let you finish first.
Okay, yeah. It's just it's basically he's like brought over to this sort of like Victorian era, very like English country. I can't remember the name of it. It's been so long since I've read it. But he essentially like adapts this persona of various like novel characters. He'll still like Moriarty, I think, is one of like the first aliases he takes.
Oh, I love that.
But in this world, there are tarot cards. Not in like a physical sense, but a like metaphorical sense. Depending on your job, you may have to devote yourself to a certain tarot. So like police are devoted to one tarot that like happens to give them specific skills that like are extremely beneficial to like solving crimes and stuff.
So the tarot is sort of their deity pantheon.
Yes, very much so. Some of them are like deities. There's some that you find out like later on in the series that like they're like one of the tarot is actually just an entire like pirate cult.
Huh.
They're like pirates, and like part of their whole thing is like plundering and seeking riches and everything. But it's like as the story goes on, you find out that there's like levels, and most average people only know like the first 3 levels of what it is. So like there's a known level 1 power, which like for like the police, I think was something like being able to just see clues easier. Like they kind of just pop in your vision or sort of something. But it goes up, I think it was 12 levels.
That makes sense
and
for
nobody
the 12
knows,
arcana.
Technically it counts backwards, so it's like 12, 11, 10, 9 are the ones that people know. And then after that, nobody knows anything. But as the story progresses, he's like slowly discovering more and more, to the point he then discovers that anything below level 4 is no longer human. Like once you've
as you do as a pro
these,
tag
like levels, yeah, you become like, I think they refer to them as angels in the story, but they're very much more like eldritch abomination type angels in air quotes.
Does he start to exhibit these inhuman qualities as he achieves these levels?
His goal, he's like progressing through it, slowly like learning of the world and how it works, and then he comes to find out that apparently like it turns out like the tarots are like the shattered remains of the previous creator god.
Makes sense.
And so becoming the deity of like each of these tarots
makes one god themselves.
Turns you into the creator god. And I don't know like the full climax or anything, because at the time I was reading it, the person was still writing it. And this person was pumping out a chapter a day of over 1,000 words. There's last I checked, I think there's something like 1,400 chapters.
Holy cow.
It was huge. And I wasn't even like I don't think I was even caught up at the time that the person was still writing. And I don't know if it's finished for sure, but like I said, I just know that they're coming out with an anime. They had a manga for a little bit, but it only ended up with like 4 chapters, and then the artist gave up.
Oh no.
Because
that doesn't
the
bode
author
well for
came
the
to him and was
anime.
like, "You're not doing this justice, just stop."
That really doesn't bode well for the anime.
This is being done, but it actually like I wish I had like
What's the title again? Because I'm looking at AniChart right now.
Crazy good. It's not like the manga artist is making the anime. So
yeah. What's the title again?
The Lord of the Mysteries.
All right, so I'm not getting it there. I'll find it as we go. But the only thing that really scares me as you explain all that is the length, because that tells me, all right, there's no way that they're going to get that done in a single 12, 13 episode core. And that
no, not at all.
One of the greatest struggles for any anime fan right now is just the complete dearth of season 2s. That it is very common, and has been common. This is not a modern anime problem, but the sort of colloquialism back in the day was a manga lure, which is a show that gives you 1 season because it is designed explicitly to lure you to buying and reading the manga. And we still have that today for mangas, light novels, what have you. They enter into it and they have 1 solid season, and whether it is because that is the intent from the start, or because it just doesn't do well enough to earn a second season, that you see many stories started but not finished. And naturally, the longer your story is, the greater the risk of not finishing, because, all right, you can get season 2, season 3, but still only be 40% through the story if it's completed.
Yeah.
And hearing that it's 1,400 chapters of 1,000 words each says, oh,
there's probably more than 1,000 words on some of them. There's some where they went it varies so much between them, because sometimes a chapter could just be a flashback to be like, oh yeah, his brother and sister are still alive and this is what they've been doing for a while.
And fortunately, since this is a light novel, that it is more compressible than manga in a way, because, you know, if this is a flashback scene of the brother and sister, you can show that without dialogue potentially in the course of a 30-second flashback, depending on how descriptive and flowery the language of the original work is. But at the same time, that's still a lot of chapters, and tells me we could go 3, 4, 5 seasons and not be done. So
it probably entirely depends on their pacing.
Yeah, just pacing and what studio's doing it. You've sent me the poster.
Those are the primary art and stuff for it. Apparently, I haven't seen it, but they released a trailer. And I haven't seen it. I'm gonna now I got something to look at later tonight.
Later. Just in general, this sounds fun. That yeah, all right, it's another power fantasy sort of isekai thing. But to give my very abridged mini rant on isekai, I think the reason that isekai is so popular and so useful from a mechanical standpoint is because it allows the reader into the story much easier and allows the author to do exposition in a much more natural way because, well, the main character needs to know this stuff and they don't know this stuff because they're not from here. Therefore, someone must explain it to them. And as it is being explained to the main character is therefore being explained to the audience, whereas if the main character is native, it becomes a lot more difficult to do that exposition in a way that feels natural to the reader or the viewer. And I think that's mechanically why it is so useful, and that I think that is why we see so many use it as sort of that initial hand wave, and that they very quickly just shuffle it off to the back. No, we're not trying to get them home, or we're not going to bother too much about their previous life, but that it gave me the excuse to get this off the ground a bit smoother, and that's all I really cared about.
What is it? It's building from the middle is the way I've always called it.
Oh, I like that phrasing.
Where they stick a pin right in the middle of where they want it, and then they build outward instead of like what some people do when they're doing like world building or anything. They build the whole world
from
and then stick a pin somewhere on the world.
Yeah. And
it makes it easier to like avoid plot holes or fill out the story as you need it to develop.
Yeah. Well, I see that...
I always just called it building from the middle instead of building from the start.
Yeah. It's very accurate there. Well, now I have another thing that I'm going to be looking forward to. That you mentioned Moriarty. I love the character of Moriarty and just sort of
he steals a lot of character names from like Sherlock books and like very classic novels. He uses it mostly to like just take on an identity. There's weirdly a lot, and I see Lucian said the Academy's undercover.
Yeah, I was about to get to. I was like, somebody's already spoiled.
He does. They're not the same. They're not weirdly enough. They're not from the same universe. They don't have like the same magic systems between them. But the main character in the Academy's undercover professor does the same thing. He steals novel characters, and one of them is Moriarty. Moriarty is the persona he takes on when he becomes, I think it's a mercenary.
Of course. You sold me on Academy's undercover professor the other day. I made a point to look up the first chapter, and I haven't been able to get very deep into it because I've had a busy week. But I do actually want to read that one. That the way you described it to me hits what I like. My thing is, I like smart characters doing smart things. I love Death Note. I love Code Geass. That type of thing. If it's cerebral and witty, it doesn't need to be perfect, but that very much sounded like Academy's undercover professor. So, congrats, you got me.
Heck yeah! Listen, to get anybody into manhwas, fantastic. It comes out in color every week, and it's not like I can just keep scrolling. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fun, colorful stories with crazy art. How many people are making that art? I don't know. Could it be a sweatshop? Possibly.
Possibly, but that is it's an unfortunate reality that goodness knows whenever I see, like, every time I watch Demon Slayer, I just be like, that's so cool. Gosh, I hope the animators are being treated all right.
Me watching the one scene from Demon Slayer where he finally like learns to use like the water blade and shit, and you get like that really cool animation. Like, man, I can't believe they killed 12 kids to make that happen.
No, they didn't kill 12 kids. They killed 12 recent graduates for that.
Oh yeah, interns. Interns, as we like to call them.
Yes, interns.
They're doing it for work experience.
For folks in the chat who might not know Academy's undercover professor, if you could give them the little pitch that you gave me, that way it's not completely in the dark for them.
I don't remember how I pitched it to you. It's essentially a gentleman gets isekai'd. Unfortunately, the story takes place literally years after he's been isekai'd, so it's basically no longer relevant. It's just like he used occasionally flashbacks, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is what happened when I came to this world. And he essentially jumps from like, quote, life to life, as in just impersonating different people, from being a like revolutionary named like Moriarty, to a whole bunch of like, trying to think of like what else some of the stuff he does. He's apparently like a scholar at one point. You find that out like mid-story. But the story picks up at him essentially leaving to go start another life on a train, and he's attacked by somebody on the train. He's spontaneously attacked, and decides that his best way to get out of the situation is to steal the identity of the person who was sitting at the booth across from him. Only to find out that that person was on his way to a extremely prestigious magic university where he takes up his professor position. And then also finds out that the same man that he took the identity of is also a member of a secret underground, not cult, but we'll call it
secret society
looking to overthrow the country.
Oopsies.
And it kind of goes from there. Like it does a really good job of not presenting too much of the character up front. The character's fascinating from the get-go. He's extremely interesting. And then you start finding out like more of his past life, how he's so good at this. Why does he know so much? And that like he's not actually alone. He has like this whole group of people that have just been spread out and eventually like come together and they start working on these problems. It's gonna be a minor spoiler, but you also find out at one point in this kingdom, he's actually personally acquainted with the royalty of the country, not in his false personality, but in like a previous personality that he's used. And they like recognize him, and they had this moment where they're like sitting down at tea, and the princess is just like,
good to see you again.
so you're gonna tell me what the fuck you're doing? It was so funny to me because he's just sweating it out, and he's just like, he knows he's not in trouble, but
yeah, it's just like,
God,
this is awkward. Last time I left them. And it's funny because that matches a lot of Moriarty's original writing that I've heard him referred to as literature's first supervillain, but also just one of the first big literary examples of organized crime. And this is all despite the fact that Moriarty appears in exactly one Sherlock Holmes story and never actually appears in front of John Watson. That everything that is communicated to Watson regarding Moriarty comes secondhand from Holmes himself, and that there's only actually one scene of interaction, one scene that is included, and that from that singular scene, that one short story and setup, and obviously it was a big one because it resulted in the death of Sherlock Holmes. Spoiler alert of, 200 odd years at this point. But it's still fascinating that such a small part has become such a big influence and icon in fiction and mystery as a whole. Have you seen Moriarty the Patriot?
I have not.
I highly recommend it. Have you heard of it?
I don't think so. You said it, and my brain was like, I'm pretty sure that's a title that, I'm not gonna lie, maybe in the manhwa.
It is not. It is
when he's a revolutionary. I'm pretty sure at one point they refer to like one side of the like revolution refers to him as Moriarty the Patriot. And for a split second, I was like,
well, Lucy and Carpenter knows. So it is a manga and anime which is just phenomenal, and without getting too deep into spoilers, essentially, that it is Moriarty themselves proper in his younger years, as well as Holmes in his younger years, younger here being like, early 20s. And that Moriarty effectively is not inherently trying to topple the monarchy, but is just is a revolutionary in the sense of the aristocracy is literally killing this country. So I'm going to kill some of the aristocracy.
I think I remember when this anime came out, like the season it came out.
And
I may have watched like the first and second episodes, but then probably lost interest in the season. I struggled to watch anime in the last several years. I have not watched much.
But it is very good.
Came out. Okay, yeah, never mind. I probably haven't seen it because it looks like it came out in 2020, 2022. I actually did not watch much anime then. If at all. I don't think I watched any anime like during the COVID break.
So have you started to watch more since, or is most of your anime watching from pre-COVID?
It's mostly before, because when COVID like hit off, instead of watching stuff, I have an app that I really like, that essentially feeds me fucking unlimited manga.
There you go.
So I read a lot of manga. It's very weird too with like the new seasons that come about, because everybody's always gonna be like, oh my god, have you seen insert new isekai here? And I'm like, I read that manga like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Because I do know,
it's just like, it wasn't very good. I don't know why it got an anime. Looks at the one where the guy gets isekai as a sword and now gets carried around by a black cat girl. I'm like, no.
I'm aware of that one. I have not seen that one.
I was reading the manga of that one, and then somebody mentioned it several months ago, and I was like, that got an anime? You're actually going to tell me the vending machine one's going to get an anime?
Yeah, about that.
No, you're lying. No, you're lying.
You're
lying.
I can't actually tell if this is in character and that was like a random off the top of your head, or if this was part of a conversation you had with a friend.
Oh, please tell me. No.
Wait,
no,
I thought this was you replaying conversation, being OT funny that I told them next thing you'll tell me that the
joke
vending
that
machine.
I know it's a manga. I did not know it was an anime.
Oh, I
hate this. I hate this.
I'm so happy and I'm so sorry to be the one to inform you.
Why is it a Japanese vending machine?
Yeah. My model has frozen.
Oh yeah, it did.
I'm still coming through, so that's good. You're still moving.
The tracking stop?
My phone just restarted.
So that'll do it.
That's interesting. Well, at least we're still live. If any part of this system had to break, I'm glad it was that. So we'll keep going while my phone, wakes itself back up. Cool. Anyway, that's hilarious. Because I saw
who would make a ridiculous isekai like building a vending machine? That was the bit I gave you whenever we were doing the questions.
I can't.
And
I thought you were just doing a funny.
I didn't know that there was an anime. I was like, there can't be an anime for that. Who's going to make a fucking anime for that?
And because it is that perfect example of as the follow-up. So I thought that you were joking that whole time, and I am thrilled and so sorry to inform you that no, it's not a joke.
Shit.
I saw like 2 episodes of it and did not care for it. I felt that the way that there was too many stats. There's way too many stats. That they had all these things about points, and they were even trying to level up the vending machine, and just there's ways to take that concept that I felt could have been fun and funny, but they just overcomplicated it.
There's a lot of ones that are like that when it comes to light novels that become manga, that become anime. One came out recently that was actually another light novel I really liked. It was Monster, RE:monster.
I remember seeing that title because a friend and I, we always glance at the upcoming season shows and say oh yeah, we want to check that one out. Don't want to see that one. I remember glossing over that one. I have not seen it.
I got really into its light novel. Its light novel is really good. But it's a world where a video game system essentially exists with character evolutions and stat numbers and skill numbers and stuff and they had that problem in the light novel but they would do it at the end. It's really good. But the anime is deciding that you're gonna look at the light novel, and the light novel's moving at 100 miles a minute.
That's
they
not
go
good.
through 20 to 30 chapters of the light novel per episode.
How?
I think sometimes it's more, because I'm pretty sure by the time he becomes at one point he becomes a multi-armed kind of demigod. I can't remember what the name of the race is that he eventually evolves into. He starts as a goblin, and every time you hit, I think it's level 100 or something, you can evolve into a higher species. And so he's basically raising this pit of goblins to become essentially a mercenary corps. And he becomes this certain species that's blessed by a god or something. And that's not supposed to happen till novel chapter 200 and something. And it happens, I think, in episode 6.
What?
Yeah, the apostle. That's what it was. He becomes an apostle.
That's terrifying.
It's so fast. I can't they cover parts that in the novel were multi-chapter adventures, in the novel, and they do it as, oh yeah, I did this thing.
I feel so
the
bad
anime?
for the fans that, like, I was talking with a friend I think it was just last night, about the all-timer warp speedification and bungling of Promised Neverland.
Oh, yeah.
And how I think that's going to become something of a generational case study for not just a bad adaptation, but an adaptation that was so good to go so wrong so fast. At the very least, I suppose, Remonster had the courtesy of being bad from the start, that it didn't lead you on, and it was just, all right, we're doing this, and I guess creating some semblance of an expectation. It felt like tripping on a treadmill the
second it started.
Yeah. But I'm guessing you are familiar with the history of Promised Neverland, even if I'm not sure if you've seen it yourself.
Not too much. Let me double check and make sure it's exactly the one I'm thinking of.
The terribly long story short on that one was first season.
It's the kids one, yeah.
First season was immaculate. Was considered one of the best of its year. Was very faithful to the source material, and then season 2 got through the first couple episodes and was going noticeably faster. And then they, like somewhere at episode 6, my friend sent me a DM and was like, Promised Neverland just did something really weird. They just skipped the best arc of the series. And I had not read the manga, but my friend who had was just like, that's the fan favorite arc, and they just blipped over it. And now they're speedrunning the end. And that the end actually went full Neon Genesis Evangelion, where it seems that the budget ran out and they went to slideshow mode.
There's a lot of animes coming out like that recently, where it just feels like moving PNGs.
Yeah, there's a couple, unfortunately. But that was just a case of, it was so fascinating to see the 180 of very strong, very well-received adaptation to then just completely flop and fizzle out. That you think about the general public reception that Game of Thrones had in the beginning and then versus its final seasons. Think of that on fast forward and then magnify it a bit.
I hate that.
Yeah, it was a time. But then we get some really good stuff. That I feel like we're in an age of really strong remakes, especially of classics. We had Fruits Basket, we're getting Spice and Wolf.
I'm hoping we get new Soul Eater.
Oh,
I'm hoping they finish Soul Eater.
Please. Oh,
I was going to say that in terms of like arcs being left out of animes. Soul Eater is probably my top 1 anime of like all time.
It's up there.
I am still so upset that they never finished it.
It is one of my top 2 of the wish list of manga faithful adaptations that I want, because it was done by Studio Bones. Studio Bones did Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. They have precedent. It's not like they're opposed to it. Goodness knows that Soul Eater remains popular. It's not what it was back in its heyday, but they still have stuff.
If you think that they didn't remake Soul Eater completely faithful all the way through with modern animation, that not every single Soul Eater fan would come back to it, and then some.
That's the thing of that. It is so baffling because I still think that it is fine and would do well, and goodness knows, it feels like every 2 to 3 years, Soul Eater teases an announcement, and everyone's like, is it happening? Is it going to be the anime? And then it's usually some
new chapter of Soul Eater not.
Yeah, just Soul Eater not. Or, oh, they have some brand collab. Or, oh, it is a promotional piece of artwork for the 20th anniversary. We're no project, just, here's a nice little poster image.
It's our anniversary, guys, about this thing.
Come on, don't tease us like this.
Years.
Come on.
You're taunting me. You're taunting me.
The other theory I have is that in Studio Bones, there is a glass case with a hammer next to it and a stack of papers inside that says, in case of emergency, remake Soul Eater. I almost wonder if they know and are so assured that it would be so successful that they are keeping it in their back pocket of, okay, if we have a couple of flops back to back and we're in a rough spot financially, if, this is the one thing we know we can do at any time, and it will print money. So let's not use it until we need it. I feel like that's a bit too romantic a scenario to actually be real.
Because if you get to a point where it's like, we need it, then they can't guarantee the budget.
It's Soul Eater. I feel like they'd find the budget.
I hope they had like they have like an oh shit level that's just like a red bar on like just like, in their fucking like accounting's office that's just like, if we hit this point, all this money under here is going to Soul Eater.
Yeah, just I don't think that's actually the thing, but I like to imagine, and goodness knows that little glimmer of a fantasy is the best that we Soul Eater fans have at this point in time.
Just every time you look at like the monthly budget, they're actually like taking a bit of the income from each whatever comes in is just sectioned off.
A couple tens of thousands of yen, a little bit here and there, and that's practical and smart accounting of you make your rainy day fund. That's what businesses should do.
Guys, we really want to make this thing. All right, but we don't have the money. What if we had the money?
We'll get there eventually.
Walks over to the accountant's office. I need you to do a thing.
You have your automated deposit thing of whenever paycheck comes in that you put that much into the savings account or whatever. That there's corporate level things for that. It is not unprecedented. Again, I don't think it's real, but gosh, I want it to be. My other big one is
that'd be a good meme thing to make.
Remake Ouran High School Host Club, you cowards.
Maybe. I know people really like it, and I know it's good. It's just one of these. It's a weird glorification of what is essentially Japan's equivalent of sex work.
That's fair.
Of like parasocial sex work.
I can understand that.
I know a lot of people that are obsessed with that series. I've never been able to get into it. It always felt weird to me. I don't know why.
That's fair.
I never made it past like the 3rd episode.
Oh, glad you can hear again, Grizzon. I guess I very much enjoyed it, one, as a good gag comedy. I thought that, I say this as a cishet guy, but that I felt it approached gender identity respectfully for the most part. There's one character that they didn't.
I know the one you're talking about. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I do know the arc of that because I've gotten curious about that at one point. It was just like, I want to know about this character.
Yeah, but that Haruhi, I think, is a fantastic character, and that I really enjoy the main cast. But I can also understand your gripes with it. I think those are completely founded at the same time.
It would be curious. How old is it now?
It's pretty old now.
It's classic now.
Yeah. But we checked off one of my big ones. I wanted them to do faithful continuation of Spice and Wolf, and we're getting that, so I'm happy.
2006. Oh,
yeah. 20 years next year. Do you have anything on your list of, it can be any series at all. You have full budget and authority. You can do whatever studio you want to handle it. Is there something that you want to see remade that either, doesn't matter if it wasn't finished, if the ending that it had was bad?
I really don't know outside of like finally finishing Soul Eater. I mentioned this before. I have a problem with like, I'm very much like a one-time only enjoyer. If I've read the manga, I'm probably not going to watch the show.
That's fair. And it's funny because that's why
I'm probably not going to go read the manga unless they find out that like the manga is like longer, has a bunch more to it.
That's exactly me. And that for me, I acknowledge that reading manga is exponentially more efficient. But for me, I really enjoy the motion and the sound and the music. And that for me, the big reveals, the twists, the emotional hits, you really only get those moments once. And I'm guessing you feel that way too, which is why folks like us don't rewatch or reread things often, because we're not going to get that same emotional hit.
There are occasions I will like go back and re-see scenes from certain animes that like really clicked with me.
Yeah.
There's still a scene I sometimes go back and see from one of the Fate animes. I'm terrible at remembering characters' names this long ago. It's not Fate Zero. It was like one of the newer ones. And it's the point where he learns how to make his dual blades.
I've not actually seen any complete Fate series. I have a lot of friends who swear by it. I know it's really good.
There's a scene where it just feels like they poured the entire budget of the episode into this one like fight sequence where like one of the it's Unlimited Blade Works, yes. He finally learns how to like make the dual blades that his like archer version of himself has. And the master, this like weak guy throughout majority of the series, suddenly just goes like fucking hand in hand against one of the what are they called? Yeah, Unlimited Budget Works. Even
that's
there
the
it is.
nickname I know it by.
Yeah, that's the Unlimited Budget Works. It was a very good scene, and I sometimes go back and see it. That servants. That's the word I was looking for. I couldn't remember what they were called. It was like, what the fuck were they called again? I don't even remember exactly who was fighting. I just remember the exact scene of him like leaning on the railing, pulling himself up, and then using Trace and pulling the blades out, and then the just. I'm sorry, it's just the goofiest fucking like scene of them like just wailing on each other. I don't know. I feel like a nerd saying it that way. Was it Gilgamesh? Maybe it was Gilgamesh. I don't think it was Gilgamesh. Could have been. Shit, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've looked it up, but that's just one of the scenes that like always had me go. I know it's Shiro. Shiro was the character I was thinking of.
Still, for all of the isekai that we get, the good, the bad, and the ugly, I do very much believe that we are getting numerically more good anime every year than ever before. We are getting numerically more anime than ever before across the board. That, per season now we're getting like 60 odd shows. You rewind the clock's 10-ish years, we were getting about half that. And that because we are getting
probably in the 20s.
More shows, we're getting more good and bad. I think that the relative proportion of good to bad is about equal, or if anything, leans a bit more on average towards good. And that... I
can agree with that to some degree. If it's not your cup of tea, it's somebody else's.
Yeah. And that the absolute number of outright bad shows is higher than before, just because everything in terms of output is higher than before.
Everything is higher.
And that I think sometimes folks give those outright bad ones more relative weight in the scheme of things than I think they deserve. That
it's because they'll take the screenshots and the videos of it and be like, look how bad this is.
Yeah, and it is bad. Some of these things are bad, and I deeply question how they got to their respective states. But I think we're living in a real golden age, not just for anime, but as nerds. Think about Marvel.
I think it's the sheer number of studios that are willing to produce it.
Yeah, but the reason that there's so many studios willing to produce it is because there's so many people willing to buy it and watch it, and that everything from Marvel being not just the fact that Marvel exists and has continued to exist, but that the general populace has gone through the motions enough to have fatigue means that we've made it. Means that nerdery is mainstream nowadays. Anime, it's like a half tick away from what I'd say mainstream, but it's, goodness knows, much more mainstream than it was 5, 10, 15 years ago. And that it's so cool to see. Like, kids today don't need to be embarrassed about it.
One Piece movies now come to American movie theaters.
Yeah.
I was going to say, a new One Piece movie comes out, and every major movie theater is going to have a showing of it.
Absolutely. The kids today in middle school, high school, don't need to be embarrassed that they're anime fans. They're going to show it off because it's cool. And that, that's something that...
What's Apothecary Diaries? That sounds cringe. Fuck you, I'll strangle you.
Do not insult Apothecary Diaries here. I will ban you.
I've read Apothecary Diaries when it was
this is me sort of warning chat. I'm looking at you, chat.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
Yeah. I was late to the game on that one because I'd heard it was good and just didn't get around to picking it up. And then it must have been 3-4 months ago that I sat down on a Saturday morning and turned on episode 1. And then at about 12:30 a.m., I finished episode 24. And it had been a very long time since I had outright binged a season like that. And it was great.
I'm the worst kind of person to binge with, because if I get to a scene in an anime that like I either partially know or something, I will, if I'm on my computer, I reach over to the arrow keys and just start clicking. If I get to a point where it's just like, okay, trope, click, combat.
that for me is the sign
Combat's
of
over.
when
Click,
I
click,
need
click,
to.
click, click, click.
That for me is a sign of when I should stop watching a show. That if I find myself fast forwarding through anything that isn't a synopsis of the previous episode, or opening ending sequence, or a flashback for more than really once in an episode, I stop and be like, am I just done with this series? I am someone who will not hesitate to drop.
I think that's why I like manga and manhwa more, is because it's reading and I can just schwip right through it, and I'm a fast reader, so it's just like I take it in, I absorb it, I get the gist of it, and I'm just like, I don't want to sit here and watch isekai protag get bullied by a bunch of royalist shitheads because he went to the Royal Academy.
Yes, we get it. Yes, he's lowborn. Yes, he's going to be kicking your ass in about 20 minutes.
Of what school bullying is like.
It's like,
what do you mean they're trying to decapitate him in the bathroom? They're just supposed to give him a swirly.
Yeah, or just like, they're supposed to like call him names in the schoolyard, not actually try and get him expelled constantly.
Or like fucking force him to spend all of his money for their lunch foods and then make him go get it.
Just like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, does that actually happen in Japan? Like, is bullying actually the point of just like, financial extortion among children? Like, does that?
I feel like the trope has to come from somewhere, especially when it's in like Korean ones, where it's like you find out that like the main bully is like the daughter or granddaughter of like the CEO of X mega corporation. I'm like,
yeah,
that has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, just like, whew.
What did you say your last name was? Samsung? Oh.
But still, it's, tropes have to come from somewhere, and that, certain ones are a bit more tired than others.
Yeah. There's one I've been reading recently. It makes very little sense on it, because it's just like, main protagonist suddenly gained the power to teleport at will.
What does she do?
She kills her school's bullies. That's what it is. I'm trying to remember what that one was called. It's something like Everybody Loved You. And it's because the first bully she kills is a girl who's
soon
not only
had the
bullying
crush.
people at school, but also selling drugs.
Oh.
So she has like a drug empire. And then she teleports her and drops her in the middle of the ocean where she drowns, and then her body washes up. And then you find out that her grandmother owns like the biggest conglomerate in the country. Her dad, who's been like absent this entire time, is actually a super secret hitman.
Oh.
And then like the rest of the friends were in on the like criminal operation. And now
of course,
the other
now they want
criminals that she was
revenge,
like
don't
working
they?
with. Huh?
Now they want revenge, don't they?
They're trying to figure out who killed her.
Yep.
They haven't figured out that she's the one who did it.
But now it's that game of cat and mouse of, if they find out it was me, they will kill me.
Oh yeah. There's also one point where the main antagonist and like the bullied kid, the one that she like always saved and like teleported the bullies away from, are now like friends, and they get kidnapped by one of the rival gangs because they think that they're related to the dead girl, the first dead bully, who like in the world doesn't know that the girl's dead yet. They just think she's missing. That's like the thought behind everybody, is that she's just missing. The only people who know she's dead are the dad, the grandmother, and like maybe the friends. I think the friends know. And then the friends start getting killed. And the criminal group comes and like kidnaps the teleporting girl and her friend.
I mean, we're getting hints of Death Note here.
The dad rescues them. The hitman dad shows up and beats the ever-loving shit out of the criminals, and is like, they went to my daughter's school. I had to help them. She reminded me so much of my daughter. And it's like, of course. He doesn't know.
You softy, you.
And it's like, oh. It's like, you get the point of view of the teleporting girl, who's like the general protagonist, but you get the point of view of like all the other characters, including the dad. And you're like, the dad has regrets now that his like daughter's gone, and that like he cared, but the grandma, like throughout the whole thing, does not let him refer to that girl as his daughter. She berates him and is like, that's not your daughter. That's mine.
Ooh.
And he's like, he wants that connection. He wish he had that connection. And you get like this little bit of sadness from being like, this man's like a mass killer, but also he wanted to be a father and he wasn't like given a chance. So you get like that little bit of like feeling bad for him.
And this one's a manhwa as well, was it?
6 chapters. There's only like 6 chapters to it so far.
That's a lot for 6 chapters.
It's brand spanking new.
And what's that one called again?
Oh God, let me see. I think I got the name mostly wrong. Give me just a second. It shouldn't be too far. It was, I know exactly what it looks like. Here it is. Everyone Loves Her is what it's called.
Ah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, Everyone Loves Her.
Do you remember what your first manhwa was and how it got to you?
Oh, my first manhwa. Oh, you're gonna hate me. Is Solo Leveling.
Everything starts somewhere.
Solo Leveling, I think, it's the first one that comes to mind. There was probably another one before it, but it's the first one that came to mind that I know for sure that like I kept reading when I first found it. And that was far before the anime came out. That was when like nobody knew what this was.
I remember hearing about Solo Leveling from a coworker in 2018, like maybe early 2019, and they would just rave about it. And I've seen the anime. Have you?
I have not seen the anime.
I watched it, and knowing that it was initially published in 2016, I look at it and say, oh, this should have been adapted much sooner. Because
yes.
I can see why it was very popular, and that I'm not going to say that it invented its tropes, but it leveraged a lot of its tropes at that time
yes.
were not as tired as they are now. And that I think it's kind of astounding.
It's another reason. Yeah, one that like Lucian brought up the dude bro thing. It's because it's power scaling.
Yeah.
It's an infinitely power scaling character up until like he essentially ascends to godhood. And fucking dudes like jerking off to that.
Yeah,
it's the same problem with like Goku always being the strongest.
Yeah, power fantasies have always existed, that and a lot of isekai power fantasies subscribe to the same types of things, and that it's kind of impressive that it has maintained its fan base, and that even though it was adapted so late, that it is still doing quite well. I think it would have done better if it had been adapted in 2018, 2019, and been earlier to the game. But here it is, still doing very well. I don't think it is genre defining at this point, but I can understand why it was probably considered more genre defining at the time. It's
probably one of the first manhwa that does the like Korea gets overrun, everybody gets superpowers situation.
Yeah.
Like space dungeons open up and shit like that. It's the first one that came to like animation, I think. There may be another one, but I think this is the first big one that came to animation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's either that one being the first manhwa, or I don't know if anybody else is gonna know this one. I say one, it's more of like a weird series, all with the same names. It's something like Dolu Daolu.
Don't know that
something
one.
like that, but they're all martial arts. There's like 4 of them. There's 4 of them, and they're all like martial arts style, like kind of like wuxia almost, with their own like different systems. I'm pretty sure one of them had like a ring system where they had like martial arts levels, and every like 10 levels they would gain, quote, a ring. They would like develop a ring, and of course the main character always had like super ultra rare type of ring. Or one was like they would have rings, they would have martial arts. Another one I remember them being like you would have to go tame a monster. You had the ability to go tame a monster like every 10 levels, and that monster would kind of become part of your team and become part of your power. And then another one was fucking sci-fi. Like it was supposed to be like 4,000 plus years in the future from one of the others, and it had like a similar like martial arts thing, except it was in space across multiple planets at like an academy where they were like teaching you with like metallic sci-fi technology. It was so all over the place, Jay. It was so all over the place. And I mentioned 3 different kinds here. You wanna know what was worse out of I mentioned 3 different kinds here?
You said there were 4.
They were all releasing at the same time.
Is this from the same
They all had the same
writer?
name.
Or...
They had the same name, the same art style. Most of the protagonists in each one of these looked identical. Like exactly the same.
And it's same author
and they were all
or
releasing around the same time before any of them finished. The reason I think I say releasing at the same time was I think it was actually like probably long done in China, but the translations to English were happening basically simultaneously. I can't say for sure. That's just what I'm guessing right now. But I do remember for sure the third series and the fourth series, reading both of those at the same time as they were getting new chapters.
Wild. And just, for as wild as that is, and, you mentioned solo leveling being your first manhwa, that I'm glad that they exist, because even if I don't think that solo leveling is, peak storytelling even when it was released, I would much rather people get into manhwa and anime and other nerdy stuff one way or another. And yes, the reason this stuff is popular is because it's lowest common denominator stuff. And I say that not meaning to be offensive, that there are certain just, emotional beats, story tropes, things that are going to be widely appealing. And it's the same thing of why a lot of the MCU stuff clicked, that, there had been, goodness knows, different comic book movie adaptations for decades, and they had all had a variety of success and failure, and modern Marvel as we know it found that mix of something that was widely appealing, and it led us to where we are now. And is it peak cinema? Goodness, no. But going back to the whole thing of, I'm glad that anime now is more mainstream and that nerdery is mainstream and people don't need to be embarrassed about it. If we need to put up with some stuff that those who are a bit more into the space consider, I don't even want to say lowbrow, but, we acknowledge that it's not peak storytelling. If we need to put up with that to make sure that the mediums and the genres that we love eventually get to those folks, and that's what we use to get them in the door, I'm fine with that. I invite that. That's how it kind of has to be done, because accessibility and point of entry, you need it to be that low barrier to entry. You need it to be lowest common denominator. So fine, let's have it.
I think it's the reason we end up with like all of those too, is it's basically just the whole industry just casting the widest net possible. Yeah. It's the thing with like making anime like mainstream, is that means you also end up with the rom-coms, the lowbrow, lowest common denominator type content.
Yeah.
That studios and or industries think the layman could possibly get their foot in the door to.
And that, yes, that is going to be statistically, if done moderately well, gonna pay off for the studios. And yes, capitalistically, that it can sometimes be efficient, but I do genuinely believe that in the wake of those successes, it creates the foundation that allows the more niche content, the more auteur content to succeed, because there's folks that are now in the door. And that without those lower common denominator things existing, that there wouldn't be enough people who are going to be interested and open-minded to check out the deeper things in their respective genre or medium. I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I'm happy that we have it.
Yep.
Like I said, if that's the price of how we get to where we are now, sure, let's keep it up.
Gotta do what you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
The more slop that's thrown out there for other people to watch, the more there's going to be budget for better products.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. And they don't just decide that slop is the way.
Mm-hmm. Or at the very least, all right, if some of the bigger folks decide that slop is the way, that then leaves less competition for the more auteur things. And then eventually you get an auteur or two who hits it big, and then they are able to, rake it in. And then hopefully the bigger groups notice that and realize, oh, wait, we can make something that's not slop and it'll make money too. Let's put money into not slop. That's great.
Illusion made the same point, and I've said something very similar. It's the if people playing D&D 5e is how I get people to be TTRPG players, then so fucking be
exactly.
But just start playing other things besides 5e, please. I beg you. 5e is not a good system. D&D is not a good system.
What are
it has
your
the
favorite
worst magic
systems?
System across TTRPG. I am a sucker for World of Darkness. I also like the Mutant and Mastermind system.
I don't know Mutant
I like these
and
systems
Mastermind.
that try to give you the most maximized freedom when it comes to character creation and ability use.
How does Mutant and Mastermind work? I'm completely unfamiliar with that one.
So the character creation in that system is essentially a sort of like point buy system. And Mutant Mastermind is a superhero game. There's others I played like the OVA system where it's basically like anime fantasy. So you can make just about any anime character you want in that system, or fantasy character, or superhero, or whatever. Because it's a trait building system. You would essentially, in like Mutants and Masterminds, you would pick the power you want, and that may cost like 1 point. So now let's say like you have energy projection. Your power is now energy projection at 1 point, but you want it to be able to do more stuff. So you have to put more points into it. That makes sense. That's totally fine. Flying is a point. Teleporting is a point. Any superhero power you think of is basically built into the system, and those cost those extra points. Depending on how many points you have in those powers determines the full like extent of your powers. Probably the best example I can think of is like growth as a power. So think like Giganta or Ant-Man or something. Rank 1 doesn't give you a whole lot. According to the rules, your size category technically doesn't increase except every 4 levels of that power. But every 4 levels, like your health increases, your strength increases, of course your size increases, both visually and statistically, because it uses a size category system. But you can build just about any superpower you want out of it, because of its like trait system. You hodgepodge things together to get what you want, to get the hero or the character that you want. And generally any kind of thing you can think of would be like, yeah, it's
neat.
A sucker for World of Darkness vampire booze. Ooh. Nah, I like my World of Darkness. I like my monster dark fantasy games.
Is Mutant and Masterminds primarily D20 system, or does it use different dice?
It is a D100 system.
Ooh.
If I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it's a D100. I hope I'm not misremembering. It's one of those systems that I've always wanted to play and never been able to find a group, so I basically just spend my time when I think about it just scrounging over the rules.
Yeah,
and
just
like now I can't remember what dice it uses. I'm pretty sure. No. It uses D10s. It uses D10s. So essentially, if you do a roll, you'll roll a D10, add whatever skill or ability you're using. So let's say maybe you've dumped tons of points into something. So like maybe you have like 12 strength and you're doing a strength roll. You roll a D10 and then you add 12 to it, and then maybe any extra bonus modifiers you may have. And then you compare it against something. And usually the difficulty is like a difficulty of like 20 would be a near impossible task. So at like strength 20, and you basically have a much higher chance of like you need like an 8 or above to complete an impossible task, like lifting a car over your head or something.
Yeah.
So that just kind of gives you the gauge of like, oh shit, I'm crazy strong.
Yeah.
Well, like something that would be like, what's something that like Superman does? Lifting an entire building or something could be like a difficulty 32. And the thing is, like, there's no cap. There's no cap on those strengths and stuff. So if you wanted to, you start the game with 120 points to spend, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's 120 points. And you split those up between like stats, skills, and powers. And like in the book, it's always like, yeah, you can have any balance of these. They could be equal. You could be, or you can be like Batman and instead have a shitload of stats and a shitload of skills and no superpowers.
Yeah.
And like it works out in a lot of different ways. It just feels a lot better than something as tight-knit and cliche as D&D.
Do you have a prepared character concept for if and when you find a playgroup for it?
I do. There's actually a character I want to play that's essentially a like Lovecraftian cultist. It's sort of like Raven in a way, I suppose. Like Raven from Teen Titans. But her whole shtick is that like she is essentially an archaeology student from the local university, and she basically during an expedition in her like master's degree, she stumbled across a book in Egypt, and this book essentially cursed her with like this full body tattoo. That is essentially the spell book itself whenever she's a superhero, and her whole thing is like based around horrifying like little eldritch monstrosities that she summons as like minions and things. and uses them for like sight or for spell casting and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't bothered going through the entire like system for system step just because if I ever get to play her, a lot of the stuff in that game is going to be like, can I do this, GM? And GM says yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my current character concept for that.
Nice. Do you have a particular way that you approach your character building, whether it be for mutants and masterminds, or even if you're doing the occasional 5e or other system?
I'm very goofy when it comes to my character. I come up with characters usually like before a game starts half the time. And I just kind of have it like stored away in my head, mainly because I scroll Pinterest a lot. I go to the gym 4 days a week, and a lot of the times between reps and between sets and stuff, I will scroll Pinterest. The funny thing is it's not like every time do I find like a whole character that's like, oh my god, that could be a character idea. I wish I was joking. Not 2 days ago, I was scrolling Pinterest and saw a poncho. So a little like feathery looking poncho, it almost kind of looked like a Native American-esque style thing. But I was looking at it and I made an entire Mage the Ascension 20th anniversary edition character.
Ooh.
Out of just this one picture of a poncho she's a mage that is like an owl shapeshifter. And I wanted to make her like a little witch that like hides out in the forest.
Oh, that's fun.
And I was like, I spent 2-3 hours going through like the books and stuff. And I actually made her all the way out on like the Mutants and Masterminds character. I literally have a full character sheet of her.
You are the complete opposite to me when it comes to character creation, because if you just put the PHB in front of me, that's too much. I don't want to say that I'm not creative enough, but that the way my brain works is I'm not able to just look at all the options and say, oh, this is really what I want to do. I just don't think I've ever really had a character in mind from the outset of this is what I want to be able to play in my next campaign. Instead, I reverse engineer. I tell my play group, everybody else pick your characters and tell me what your characters are. And based on that, I will look at it and see what I think the party needs to balance out, and that will then be the ends for my character, and then I find the means to that character, but that I make sure the means are still something that I enjoy and make the flavor and the style of the character something I like, but then I have a goal and that I'm able to sort of ideate and say, okay, I need it to be a healer, and so I want to have these spells, or I know it's going to be this school of magic or this type of ability. Why would I want my character to have that? What would be the justification that I could really get into for ending up there and just stepping backward to whatever character I craft and say, I think this is what the party can use most? That's how I make all my characters.
I can understand that. And I relate to the like, let the group make the characters that they want and I'll fit in from there. It's though, like with World of Darkness, it's mostly a social kind of thing and it doesn't rely too heavily on like party composition like D&D does. But I am very much like, I have the thing where if I make a character or the first character I'm thinking of, I'll sit here, I was like, so what's everybody else making? Like holding my character to my chest. And then if somebody's character is even close to mine, I'll be like, just rip it in half and be like, I'm gonna go make something else.
Give me just a minute. I need to make some edits.
That happened. We're currently playing a mage campaign on like Fridays. And my first character for that campaign was actually going to be like a community gardener. She was gonna be like a little nerdy, like sweater, long skirt wearing, sort of like takes care of her grandparents and like runs a community garden a couple blocks down for the entire like neighborhood. And she was gonna be like a gardening mage of some type. So this is also like in a world where like nobody knows that mages exist technically, so it's like super secret kind of shit. But I started working on that and I was like, what is her like gimmick gonna be? Like, is she gonna like use plants to like augment herself or like carry plants around with her, something to do with her magic? And as I was mulling that idea, one of the other players came up and was like, Yeah, player Yui made her character Chun-Her, who is like a she's a like gardening eco life like content creator in the game. And I was like, I looked at my gardening character and was like,
oh,
ruffle that up, throw it away, and now I'm playing a like shadow mage. I'm playing a shadow mage who is a quote secretary. Wink.
That's fun. My favorite character that I've ever made is I find that most parties end up needing either a healer or some sort of support or bard that, they're not really the sexy characters, that they're not doing a lot of damage or that they don't get the big fancy spells. And
I don't know, have you played 5e? Have you seen a cleric?
Well, that's the thing. So that's how I wound up playing cleric a lot and realizing the cleric's actually not half bad.
Cleric's good at just about fucking everything.
That, and my favorite is a paladin, because I realized that what the team needed was a healer and a tank, because everyone was going really just powerful magic, but they were all squishy. And left to my own devices, I usually tend toward something that is more magic than physical. And, most of the cool magic means that you're going to be a squishier type of class. And for whatever reason, I hadn't actually played tanks too much. But this one I wound up really liking and was able to make a character that has become very powerful in both aspects, and that I really reverse engineered. And it's this weird West world. The DM has made this full flavorful thing of alternate history America, and that you have all the different races are immigrants from different areas. And so, all right, I'm gonna be a paladin. What would be good for that? Well, a Goliath would be pretty good. Goliaths come from the Nordic regions. All right, cool.
Ooh.
Well, if it's going to be a Goliath from the Nordic region and it's going to be a paladin, well, very logically, I would be choosing from the Norse pantheon. So, Thor, that's sort of the low-hanging fruit there. So I'm able to justify this as, brother of Thor.
Did you go with, I was about to say, did you go with Storm Barbarian? I was like, no, wait, Tempest Paladin.
Yeah. And I then sort of weave that in, okay, so the Brotherhood of Thor immigrants from the Nordic regions end up here, and, Thor disciples use hammers. That's obviously going to be my melee weapon of choice and everything. And it's a pseudo-religious order, and they sort of keep to themselves, but are, generally good people, so they still contribute to their communities. And as is represented in real history, that a lot of names from, immigrants around the world when they came to the U.S. way back in the day got, localized, changed, whatever, or just the community called them something basic because it is what they saw, and those names stuck over generations and generations. And naturally, they saw these folks with these big hammers doing things, and so they became known as the Masons.
Oh. Huh.
So I wrote that that the Brotherhood of Thor that immigrated and did all that, justified as the real world Messianic Brotherhood.
Oh God.
The Masons, big
Amazing.
guys with hammers, doing community service and such. And
I dig it.
That's how I build my characters. I try and find these little bits and pieces and then connect them together.
It's pretty cool world building. I always have like the biggest problem though whenever I look at like, especially with 5e D&D, and then the fact that they're now trying to make another generation before the fucking 5e even caught up to like the previous generation in terms of content. And I'm just like, this is money grabbing. Fuck it. This is they keep making the system like more tight knit, the world building more.
So I think some of the changes they've made are good, that they've streamlined a lot of things. That 3.5 was too much. There were too many skills. I think that
the simplicity can be good to a certain degree, but it's to the point where it now like limits gameplay greatly and turns like spellcasting in D&D to me has always just felt like staring at a spreadsheet and being like, do I get to do big thing yet? Should I do big thing yet? No, wait. Oh shit, it's another long rest. I didn't do any of my big things.
Yeah, I think the pendulum has swung a bit too much in one direction from the other as it goes with design.
Simplicity can be good, especially when you're trying to introduce it to a new generation. I spoke of World of Darkness, and I mentioned 20th edition earlier. I love 20th edition. 20th anniversary edition is basically what it's called. It came out in the 2010s for a lot of the games. Currently, Vampire, Hunter, and Werewolf all have their 5th editions, and they were so overly simplified to the point where they even gutted certain, like, so you know how like there's like races through D&D. In Vampire, there's clans.
Yeah.
And clans will have certain unique powers to them. Many of the clans that previously had like super cool powers, like controlling shadows to move them around, shaping flesh to their will and turning into monsters with it, creating illusions that feel and look completely real, those are gone. They got rid of those and squished them and called them amalgamations, where now you have to get smaller, more generic skills and to a certain point, and then fuse them together, and then you get a toned down version of that skill.
Huh.
The flesh crafting skill used to be its entire own tree. You would get probably you get one skill every dot, and you would probably end up with like multiple options per dot, but you would only be able to pick per. Now there's only 3 total flesh crafting skills in the entire game.
Huh?
3, that's it. That's all there is.
That's not enough. Oh.
And it's, I don't know. It bothers me so much with their new amalgam rules for it. It'd be like if they took, I'm trying to think of an example for D&D. Oh shit. It's hard to think of a good example for them in terms of like a system that the characters would almost all use.
Because I feel like each class...
It'd be like if they got rid of what, like Warlock. Warlock no longer has a patron. And instead you have to choose a wizard and take like a different stat in order to be able to get something that essentially becomes a patron.
Or that Warlock only has 3 patrons to choose from.
Yes.
Yeah, just... No, that's not enough. Ugh.
Being Battle Master's fighter maneuvers. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, because it's so difficult of, going back to that lowest common denominator concept that, yes, streamlining is sometimes good, but I think that what they need to sort of enable
It's the thing is they didn't streamline it for simplicity. It feels like they gutted important and some of the most fun parts that players loved.
Yeah, I think what they need to do is that there needs to be a beginners and an advanced PHB that work in the same system, that you're not learning 2 different games, because that'd be a bad idea.
I mean, technically, wouldn't that just be the beginner player's guide that they often release? A lot of games
More or
release
less.
where it's only like 30 pages or something.
Yeah. But I always feel like those beginner player guides aren't surfaced and advertised enough, and that when new players go to buy things, that they just inevitably pick up the full PHB, or even better, just have that beginner player's guide be its own section of the full PHB. Just bundle them together. You don't need to make it multiple products. And
You could do that. I think D&D actually used to do this. It's free. I'm pretty sure the beginner's book is free.
I would hope so. I feel like, all
I'm
right,
pretty sure
you
it's
give
free
them
to
that first
download.
taste to crack free. You get them hooked on it. Then you give them that intro. Give them that free trial offer.
I want to say it's always been free on their website. But you already have to be looking for it to know that. And even then, most average players or average DMs don't know that the beginner's guide is completely free to download. A lot of games do that. A lot of big games and companies release a free section. Even if the game's still in development, sometimes they'll release a beginner's player guide that's basically going to be like up to date and straightforward for you before the real meat and potatoes gets released.
Yeah, but I feel like they just don't get advertised enough for that. Even if they are advertised, that they're not surfaced
they're like a hyperlink
properly
at the bottom of an article.
Yeah.
If you want to check it out, if you want to check out the beginner's player guide, click here, and then it's just a blue here.
Yeah, no,
And that's at the very end of like a long article about how the development of the game is going.
But that's getting into marketing. That's a whole other conversation.
Marketing!
Whee!
PR time?
If you could design your own system, are there any TTRPG systems or themes or both that you think there needs to be more of?
In terms of like other things on like somebody else's system, or
Either or, that it could be something that you think should be added to other systems, or just do you have your own dream system of, I wish there was a game that had this type of theming, or that took this element from this game, that element from that game, and this other element that nobody has yet?
I wish more fantasy RPGs would allow more freedom with their magic systems. I get so bored between like Pathfinder, D&D, and like a bunch of others that like you look at their magic system and it's just like, okay, but why is Fireball an AoE, but the ice element never gets an AoE like that? Instead they have like shoot bunch spikes.
So what does freedom in a magic system look like to you?
I would prefer something that's like more like trait related. Like I mentioned how like Mutants and Masterminds kind of does it, where it'd be like, okay, you're building a mage. So you have the ability of, we'll pick like, example probably like, say you're playing a storm sorcerer, so you're like, you have storm magic. Okay, what does that entail? So you want to make your spells, and you get like a certain level of conditions, probably use like some kind of point system where it's like a plus, plus, minus, minus kind of system, where like you can take pluses that will give bonuses to it. Like maybe it's now covers a certain area. You get like, it costs 1 extra point. It's now an area spell. It covers 10 square feet or something. We'll say it's like small.
Yeah.
And then you take a flaw. It's exhausting. You can't do anything the turn after, or like maybe you can't move the turn you cast this.
Yeah. So you want scalability in magic. So you use the example of fire. I don't want to end up having to have
combats where I'm like, okay, I cast a large spell. Now I have to cantrip my way through the rest of combat.
Yeah. And use the example of Fireball is always an AoE, Ice is usually going to be single target or something that
it's usually they end up like different.
Yeah.
Like it's like the same levels. You'll end up with like different elements that have different,
but like, that
effects or not quite effects, but like shapes. Like lightning, for some reason, a whole lot in D&D is a line.
Yeah. But you would want it to be something like, okay, my element is ice, and that at my current level, I am able to cast 10-point ice spells. My spells
can have like that, X number of points.
Yeah, and that
would be like a good way to put it.
I can spend 3 extra points to make it an AoE. I can spend 1 point per extra d6 of damage dice. I can buy extra points if I exhaust myself, which means that I can't use my movement this turn. But that means I have 3 extra points to use on this spell in exchange, and that those
it would probably depend on like what each like flaw and stuff you gave.
Yeah.
But I think like as you leveled, it could be like, I can get this many bonuses to a spell and this many negatives.
Yeah.
So like early on, it'd probably be like, I can add 1 plus effect and get 1 flaw on it, and that's it.
Yeah. Or that for 5 points, I can have it double in range. Or if I decide that, I use some other thing.
You can start early on with like, you get 0 bonuses. You have no bonuses to a spell you want to cast. So you start at 0. You have to take a flaw in order to cast the spell, just because you're like crazy beginner mage.
Yeah.
So it would be something like, what would be a good option? It'd be like, you have a requirement that you have to use a tool. We'll say a wand. If you don't have the wand, you can never do magic. Not never, but at least for this spell. At least starting early on. But that can change later as like you grow as mage. It would just be like, you wouldn't be able to apply anything besides probably just like hit single target. I feel would probably be like the baseline. It would take a lot of like brainstorming and thinking it out to like come up with it. I would just very much like a more free flow magic system that doesn't just feel like a graph.
The only risk there is if you have that level of customization and it is equivalent across the board, does all magic start to feel
scaling.
But then does all magic start to feel too similar, and that the damage type is more a flavor as opposed to something that is a greater choice. Like you mentioned, lightning magic usually ends up in a line, so that forces something in terms of strategy and broader choices. But I don't know. There's pros and cons,
absolutely.
but it's really interesting.
They do this in both when I played OVA and when I've like looked over Mutants and Masterminds. Is like another one of the pluses isn't always just like area. It could be like a status effect. It could be like concealment. Like hell, one of your spells could do no damage, but instead it just like spreads fog all over like a wide area to like conceal a large area. Or it could be like a flashbang type spell or something like that. There's tons of ways that you could implement a trait-based system to alleviate or grow the freedom of making a character. And I know like D&D essentially relies on the spell slot system that it has for its magic for balance, so that like mages and magic casters at late game don't just fucking alakablam your enemies out of everything.
Yeah.
But at that point, that's just a problem with scaling. That just feels like you're nerfing the like fantasy of the character. There's now just these harder limits to balance, rather than being like, yeah, we got to bring the magic casters down to be on the level with the martial classes. You should be bringing the martial classes up to what the magic casters could be. Like at level 20, a mage can blow up a city. I want to have a monk that can punch a hole through a castle. Why can't I have that?
I never really thought about it in those terms, but you're right. That level 9 magic can do just cataclysmic things, but level
cast meteor
20, but level 20 monk, all right, they can probably punch 10 times very like powerfully,
6 times in a turn.
But all right, that's not going to level a city.
If mages are mages, the marshals would be wuxia. Correct. You could like just in a sort like marshals would essentially like level 20 is supposed to be just like short of godhood
basically
in the D&D like scale of power.
Yeah.
But like they don't do a crazy good job of feeling that power fantasy.
You can't become One Punch Man in D&D.
Yeah. And that's another problem I have with like the D&D monk is I've always wanted to make like a brawler type character that instead of hitting a whole bunch with like little damage I want one big punch. I don't want to do 1d6 or 2d6 4 times in a turn. I want 8d6 once.
Yeah. Oh,
but
that's interesting.
That's probably the beef I have biggest with like D&D is it just feels like they've, what do I say, is like nerfed their own power fantasy.
Yeah, and that again comes down to the streamlining and lowest common denominator, because for years on end, the perception, and I would say to a point, the reality was that D&D was super complex, and that if you didn't spend time sitting down reading the PHB and really understanding the nitty gritty, you would have a difficult time playing. And it was a barrier to entry.
The first time I knew about D&D for the longest time, I never tried to play it until I was in middle school. And we were trying to make characters. Me and my douche canoe friends at the time had like an old book that was like my buddy's dad's that we were reading and learning to play. And we were not playing. We didn't even make it to play. We were trying to make characters. And as we were making characters, we were all so confused at like understanding the book and making this character. And eventually we finished it. We never played.
Yeah.
Because we were just also like fucking blown away by the rules at the time as like
it's just
probably too much. 12, maybe something like that. Something like that, I'm pretty sure. No, I'd have to be older than 12. I'd have to be like 13 or 14, I think, at the time. But it was I still remember that character too. I was an uncreative teenager and I made a elf. I think it was a wood elf, if that was an option at the time. Some kind of elf druid named Forest Greenbeard. Yeah, laugh it up.
Hey,
go ahead.
No, I feel like that's very normal. That your first characters are probably going to be the more stereotypical ones. It's always going to be something that's
not beard. green beard.
Because
the funny thing was, is I didn't even remember that for the longest time. It wasn't until I went back and ran into a friend who, we were chatting it up. This was when I was like a freshman in college. And he pulled a box out from the back of his truck. And he was like, I found this the other day and I wanted to show you because I knew you were coming to town. And it was all of the old character sheets.
That's so cool that they
from
saved
middle
them all.
school. He had found them. He had found them in the player book. Apparently, when we were kids, we had like folded them in half and put them into the player book to come back to them later.
That makes sense, yeah.
And they were perfectly hidden inside the book while it was closed.
Yeah, and it just was there on a shelf, and that when they were cleaning, I assume things fall out or something.
He found them and like brought them in, and that's since then the embarrassing name of that character has been seared into my mind.
I'm sure they had just as embarrassing names as you did,
just like just blushing. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
But I bet they all had just as embarrassing a name for their characters. I'm guessing you weren't alone.
Oh, I couldn't even remember. I think so. I think I was the only one that actually came up with a name for their character. Because everybody else was like still like so behind or just like wasn't sure. And they're like, I'll come up with it later.
Eventually.
But I'm always the type that's like, I'll write down like a test name for now. If I don't like it later, I'll change it.
Yeah. How do you end up coming up with your names nowadays?
Usually it's either a name like pops up in my head before a game starts when I still haven't come up with one, or I do the like GM thing of going to the like fantasy name generator. But I click through it. I click through it like a whole bunch until like the first or last name like pops out to me. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. I like that one. I write that one down. And then I'll click through it again until like a first name or whichever one I didn't take like comes up. Or something gives me inspiration. Sometimes I even like I won't even take anything to the generator. I'll just be clicking through and be like, those are interesting names. And then something will click and I'm like, oh, I have an idea.
I usually make mine by combining things from other media that I like.
The character I play for my mage game, I actually stole from a Webtoons comic. Eleanor, I'm not going to lie. I said this is to everybody who watches me play Eleanor. I stole it from the Nevermore comic on Webtoons.
Nice.
The main character's name is Eleanor. And she's gay.
I'll usually
That's the subplot. It's fine.
No, that's what I end up doing. It's either characters I like, or sometimes it will be like an author or an artist, and I will take the first name of one character and then the last name of another character and mash those together. So there were a couple characters that I took. I enjoy playing Magic the Gathering, so it would usually be the first or last name of a canonical Magic character. And then I would take the first or last name of the artist from one of the cards of that character.
Oh no, it's Jace Jackson.
Well, I would make it sound better than that, and I will tell you, I did not use Jace. But that would be how I would cobble things together.
He's the wizard's boy.
Was. Thank goodness they finally sort of
since they
sent him out to pasture.
The Spark War and fucking just went straight into money shilling and releasing a new set every month.
No, that was Gideon that died in the Spark War. Jace didn't die until Phyrexian Invasion. But now he's back again, so who knows? I used to really keep up with
I forgot about the Phyrexian Invasion.
That was their version of Marvel and Exhaustion. They overstayed their welcome a little too long.
The last time I played was Kaladesh. First Kaladesh.
Oh, that's like a decade ago at this point.
Oh, there's no way it's that old. Hold on.
That was 2014, 15. No.
It was 2016.
No, it was 2016, yeah.
Because I played it like a less than $20 deck. That was just Electrostatic Pummeler.
Oh yeah.
Which was I swing. Okay, you don't defend. Okay, I double the attack of my 2/1 Pummeler to 4, and then double it to 8. And then 16. And then 32. You're still not blocking, you lose. And the deck was less than $20 because I was a broke college student.
Yeah,
good deck. I won way more than I probably should have with that deck.
Most of what I play back then and even now is limited, so draft for the most part and then sealed when it's pre-release season.
Now I only really ever play Commander on Tabletop Sim.
I love seeing people brew for Commander. I love the sort of I love Commander on paper. I've never actually enjoyed playing Commander myself.
Listen, the worst thing you could ever do is look at the budget of what it costs to make a Commander deck that you want, and then just remember that you're going to have to take a loan out for it.
Yeah. That's why you either do it on Tabletop Sim or Proxy.
Exactly. There used to be a guy at a store I went to. This was where I still played the Electrostatic Pummeler deck. Every time a new set would come out, he would wait. He would take like a 70+ hour like work week for like the weeks leading up to the release. Oh yeah. And he worked in oil fields. He would purposely take like as much overtime and shit as he could. For the sole purpose that he would watch the very first tournament that would come around, the first standard tournament.
And then buy the winning deck.
So yes, he could buy the winning deck. And usually that winning deck would immediately skyrocket in price by the time he came around to buy it. So it would be like a $700 deck.
Yeah. Because everyone else is doing the same thing.
No, he was the only one at our store. We were like a very tiny store in like a bit of a small like outlet.
Well, rather, not necessarily everybody at that store, but that many other people across the world are having that similar idea. Yeah.
I can't imagine though being willing to spend that much money on a standard deck.
No, I guess at least good for him in that he was budgeting and planned and took the extra hours.
He was breaking himself to do it.
Yeah,
when I saw him the first time, I saw what he was doing and like talking to the store owner and stuff. He looked like he was about to keel over any second.
Yeah.
We all looked at him when he came in, like bags under his eyes, heavy jacket on, dirty as hell, had like a huge backpack with him, and we're like, he like hobbled in, and we're like all in the middle of a game. I think the funny thing too is I think we were playing like the DC Universe like deck building game while we were waiting for a tournament to start.
Oh, I remember that game. That one was fun.
It was really fun. We played that a lot before tournaments would start. But he comes in and like all four of us. I had line of sight of the door, but like the other two people across me all just 180 to look at him, and he looked like hell froze over. And it was just like, buddy, do you need to sit down? He's like, no, I need to go to work after I pick up this deck. I'll see y'all guys later. And we all had to sit him down in a chair and get him to call off work because he literally looked like he was going to like fall over and freeze outside.
Ugh. Oh, dear. Well, glad you all were there for him. It was the thing too.
Anytime he like offered to do overtime, he told us anytime he would do it, it wasn't just like, oh, you can have a week of overtime. No, it was you got to do a month of overtime.
Gosh.
Because that was like I think that was like how they like worked their schedule or something. Is that if you wanted to take like the overtime hours, that you would have to take them for like the whole frame. I think it was like 28 days technically. It was like 4 weeks.
Nope.
Ugh, I felt so bad for him seeing him that day, and I was like, one, dude, you're killing yourself doing that, and two, for magic cards.
No. But when you made your commander decks, do you remember any of your favorite commanders?
Oh, I have not got to play too much commander. I can't say I have a favorite. There is one that I've been wanting to play. I can't think of it's so-and-so, the Chronomancer. And it's a whole gimmick deck based around when you tap her, it sends you, your turn instantly ends. So you skip all of the like phases that are like, goes to the graveyard at the end of turn, expires at the end of turn, all that stuff. And it skips all that. So you end up with like the usual like deck of things that are like, enters field, attack once, and then dies. It doesn't do that anymore. It's just there always. So it was a very cool gimmick deck that I got to play once, and I've had it saved on like I think a text doc for the longest time. I have played what's her name? The angel lady that's like lets you summon demons, angels, or dragons. Yeah, Becca, the Brute Chronomancer. She's a orc Chronomancer, and she looks awesome.
Ooh. Oh, yes, I remember that one.
I think she has multiple cards technically, but the Brute Chronomancer, I'm pretty sure, is the one that I was thinking of. That's just tap.
Yeah.
Your turn ends.
Yep, the full rules text on Obeka the Brute Chronomancer, who costs red, black, blue, and 1 for 3/4. Simply tap. The player whose turn it is may end the turn. That's templated such that you can't force your opponents to end their turn.
Correct.
But it's interesting because it gives the option. So that means in Commander, you can politic it to an amount that they could have phrased that as end the current turn, you may only use this ability on your turn. But the fact that they left it open for others but kept the may is an interesting design choice. And then the reminder text on what end the turn means, because those 3 words, end the turn, like you said, have a lot of implications mechanically. Exile all spells and abilities from the stack.
It ends the turn. It's over. You don't. You go from whatever phase you're on to past the end phase. Which is that was like the. I'm pretty sure it's on there. What's their official website called again? The archive thing where they like usually. Gatherer, yeah, it's on Gatherer.
Well, so it doesn't.
That it skips over all of that, and it's crazy.
It doesn't skip everything, because it says player's turn is discards down to hand size, damage wears off this turn until end of turn effects end. There's then rulings, which have further things. State-based actions or checks. No player gets priority. No triggered abilities. If triggered abilities do trigger during this process, they're put onto the stack during the cleanup step. So, end of turn things says.
Oh, it's because. When was the ruling on that?
If the turn ends before the end step. Okay. But then there's.
What does it say?
If it ends before the end step, at the beginning of the end step, abilities don't trigger. So those are the abilities that you're talking about that don't happen. The procedure of, cleanup damage and such, and until end of turn happens, because the end of the turn did happen, but this is sort of, it's almost litigious in a way that the beginning of the end didn't happen, and many effects in Magic the Gathering say at the beginning of the next end step. And since you're passing, you're not skipping the end, but you're skipping the beginning of the end.
Yes. It's basically just like if you could mark it anywhere on a timeline, it's the last 0.01 fraction of the end phase. Anything else? Anything else? Gonna trigger anything?
Yep. Yeah.
No?
Did you have any particularly?
I still have my 8/8 elemental.
It's still here.
I still have my 8/8 elemental that's typically only a 1 swing. Get ready, buckle up, Buttercup.
Now, for things that would say at the beginning of the next end step, do a thing. Does that happen on the next end step? Or was it since the next one that was supposed to happen didn't happen, that it never happens?
Most of those rulings are on your end phase. On your end step.
Yeah.
It's typically how it's worded.
Oh, yep, here it is. If the turn ends... God, what a weird phrase. If the turn ends during the end step after, at the beginning of the next end step, abilities have triggered, but before they're resolved, those abilities won't trigger again next turn. That's why they need Gatherer, because you have... That's a sentence of all time.
If the turn ends during the end step...
Sorry for those who don't play Magic Gathering, chat, but we're being nerds right now, and we're having to parse some real weird stuff.
Okay, they won't... I'm pretty sure it cancels it, and they won't trigger.
Yeah.
Because it says, when it triggers, if, the effect triggered and you decide to tap it, that's the tap of Obeka is on the stack, and it exiles all spells and abilities on the stack. The player whose turn it is discards down to their maximum hand size, and damage wears off at this turn and until end of turn effects end.
Oh, okay. So I think I see the difference here. This is going back to the thing of the beginning of the end. If you end the turn before the beginning of the end, then on the next turn, at the beginning of the next end step, things will happen. But if you hit at the beginning of the next end step and then use Obeka to immediately exile the abilities that are on the stack, as it says, and end immediately, then they don't happen again because they already triggered to try and go. But then
so
were
it
deleted
like it
before it could happen.
It?
Yeah, so it nullifies if the beginning of the end has started and that you end.
It triggers as if it did trigger, is essentially what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so you need to end the turn after the beginning of the end of the turn has started, but before the end of the turn has actually happened. Because if you...
In the beginning.
But if you end before the beginning of the end, that means that the beginning of the end things never happened to begin with. So they will begin at the next beginning of the end.
Yes.
Yes.
See, this is a fun thing when you end up with certain like cards like this in Magic that like has an effect that's never been seen before.
Feels like Spaceballs of just we're in now. Everything is happening now. Well, when did then happen? Well, you missed it. When? Just now. When will now be then? Soon.
Oh no. And
they did just announce or confirm, I guess, that Spaceballs 2 is happening, which I'm not, we're talking about remakes and everything earlier. I'm excited because they promised us that 30 years ago. And if they don't actually call it The Search for More Money as they promised, I will be very sad. Did you have anything silly that you did with Obeka? Any favorite interactions or cards that you used in combos? Just the mere concept of it.
I used, it wasn't very crazy. I'm trying to remember what happened. I remember that round did not last very long because we were rotating decks as we were playing. In the case that like we all brought like 2 or 3 decks to play that night, and we were playing in tabletop sim. But somebody brought something that was essentially just like a ticking time bomb, and we lost in like turn 5.
Oh.
I think everybody. I'm trying to remember if somebody did some kind of pop effect that was just deal X number of damage that just wiped out everyone.
Oh.
But I can't remember what it was. I want to say it was an artifact.
Probably, and it was something that deal X amount of damage to every player, and that means that everyone loses, including the person that activated it.
Except they had more health than all of us.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it was they had more health, so under goofy technicalities, they hit 0 last.
Well,
which is
that's not how damage works.
The goofiest kind of rulings.
That's definitely not how damage works in Magic the Gathering. That's simultaneous. That if
it usually happens simultaneous, damage is applied equally.
Yeah, but if they had 21 life and if everyone else had 20 and the card said deal 20 to everyone, then they still have 1 and everyone else is at 0. But
that would typically be the case. Yes.
But if they're at 21, everyone else is at 20, and the card says deal 22 damage to everyone, it's a draw. It doesn't matter that they had. That's a weird house ruling, but anyway.
It was probably just one of those like goofy things because like, well, everybody lost. That was the last round. All right, you win, bitch. It's just
sure.
The person
Congratulations.
Who did the pop.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Just the fucking Evangelion clap. MTG, the game for mathematicians and lawyers.
There is a card called Rules Lawyer.
Plays it.
But you mentioned to me that you actually did, that you've played a fair number of other TCGs as well. Yes.
I'm currently, the closest one that I play, I'd say currently, I haven't played in a couple weeks. More than a couple weeks. Pokemon is the newest one that I've learned. I usually play the online TCG. And people in my community know, at least a few of them do, that like still collect Pokemon cards. They usually send me the codes, so I end up like not having to spend a penny, and get
that's the way to do it.
A pretty decent chunk of like all the newest cards and the ones that I won from any new sets that come out, because it does have a duplicate system in the online thing. So if I end up getting like a whole bunch of cards that I already have the like max number from that set, which is usually 4. Once you get 4, everything starts getting turned into duplicate currency, and then it's just like, all right,
cash in
new season. I'm building the entire deck that I want.
Yeah. Do you have any favorite styles or strategies that, Magic the Gathering has its color pie and Pokemon has its different energy colors, and that within a certain range, different colors and different energy types get different sorts of effects. You know, psychic is going to be confusing and poisoning, electric
I'm
paralyze.
very much a find my favorite Pokemon, or if any of my favorite Pokemon are in the set, and build a deck around them.
Okay, so
because if I wanted to play a deck that was good, I would play Charizard and fuck Charizard and fuck that deck.
fair, very fair.
There's in case anybody doesn't know, there's the current Charizard card that's like in the meta is the second it evolves from either like from a Charmander and skips straight to Charizard, or from Charmeleon to Charizard, it gains 2 fire energy, and it only has 1 attack that is fire energy, 2 fire energy to use. And it has the effect that however it deals, I think it's like 180 damage, which is a lot already. And then an additional, I think it's 20 or 30 damage per prize card that the opponent has taken. So it always has scaling. It's good the entire game. You don't have to worry about like actually being able to put energy onto
it's
it
automatically
so that it can attack.
on.
Yes, it's just, it turns, the second it hits the field, it's good to go. And it's always good. It's even better if you're losing.
Of course, yeah, because they've taken more prize cards.
It's a dark type. It's not a fire type. In this particular Charizard card, it's a dark type because of the, what's the terastallizing effect? It's a dark type terastallized Charizard. So all of its attacks are still fire, but its type is dark.
That's just design-wise, mechanically.
Which makes it worse because its weakness as a dark type is grass types.
Yeah.
And every grass type is weak to fire.
Yeah. That's... Ugh. Power scaling exists across the board. It doesn't matter what TCG, Magic the Gathering has it, Yu-Gi-Oh has it, goodness knows.
It gets worse because that deck is free. If you have an account on Pokemon Online, they give you the Charizard deck. They give you a pretty good Charizard deck with that Charizard as its like mainstay in it.
I can't decide if that makes it better or worse. And the thing is, I'm leaning towards better.
It does make it better. It means that like technically, if you're willing to compromise your complete morals and understand the hatred I feel for you by selecting that deck. Granted, I did start playing against people. I started playing a deck that was Serena, and it was another terastallized Serena, so she was water type. But all of her attacks were grass. And her whole thing was like, it was technically a gimmick build. It was a gimmick build because one of her attacks is target opponent's health becomes 30. So their health turns to 30. And then on the bench, I would have a Frostlass. And Frostlass deals 10 damage every turn to any Pokemon that has an ability. So I would use Serena and just start turning a bunch of Pokemon to like 30 health. And at that point, it's just countdown.
Ping them off, yeah.
Yep. And you can have multiple of them. So if you had multiple Frostlass on your bench, it would ping, like if you had 2, it would ping for 20 on your turn, ping for 20 on their turn, ping for 20 on my turn, ping 20 on their turn. It was a very fun deck. It was a very fun deck, and it was probably the closest deck I ever had, because there's also a, I'm trying to remember, there's the Snow Cone Pokemon.
Oh, Vanillix?
Yes, the full evolution of that Pokemon. If the target has 40 HP or less, it can't attack.
Oh, okay.
So that was also in the deck, as well as a equip item. I think it's called the Scare Mask or something. And it's if a Pokemon has 30 HP or less, it can attack the Pokemon wearing this. So it's essentially just build a wall by turning all of the enemy's Pokemon to 30 HP. And then either tick them down with Frostlass over time. I did have a game once where I destroyed 4 Pokemon in one turn.
Wow.
It was a very satisfying. It was a very satisfying turn where they just like his whole bench and field Pokemon just go, and I won all 6 of my cards off that. I was like, thanks, bud.
Nice. Yeah.
But there's
So what are your favorite Pokemon?
My number 1 is always Swampert, but Swampert hasn't been in any fucking Pokemon set in years. So currently the closest one I have is Galvantula. Galvantula came out on, I think, like a set or two ago. And they're another terrestrialized Pokemon, but they're like the stellar terrestrialized, so they technically count as like all types.
How does that
It's
work
very strong.
mechanically? Does that mean that they are also weak to everything?
No. I think I'm trying to remember. I think he's still technically weak to rock. I don't remember for sure. I'd have to double check. Let me see. But the thing is, I've never had like a problem with it. With like what the weakness was, because I've always done pretty good with the deck. It is okay. It's weak to fighting.
Okay.
Which, wait, I forget. Is it fighting or is it ground in the card game? The card game's weird.
It's fighting, yeah, because there's no
when it
ground.
comes to types, because like all ice types or water types in the card game.
Yeah, because there's water, not ice. There's fighting, not ground. There's psychic, but not ghost.
There used to be fairy,
There
and
used
they
to be fairy,
abandoned
and then
fairy.
they got rid of it.
They
Yeah,
just abandoned it, which is very funny.
that I think that they had gotten an essentially good balance of types and design space, I think. And I think they realized that adding fairy at that point, it upset things too much. I'm not big in the Pokemon sphere, but just knowing what I know about game design and what adding a new type and color like that after so long can do, that my guess is they either ran out of design space or realized that it was causing exponential level complexity.
It was the same thing with like when they added fairy to the game itself, to the regular games. Well, everybody was running a fairy type because it immediately disbalanced dragons at the top of the fucking hierarchy of types.
Well, I think they were able to do it more effectively in the video game. One, because there were more types already that existed. And there's sort of, in my opinion, a bell curve of impact. That things, the more that you have, the more complex it gets. But then at a certain point of complexity, there's so much complexity that the increment isn't as big. And I think that they passed that bell curve a little bit in the video game. And this is also coupled with the fact that I think the TCG was relatively well balanced. I don't think that, dragon types in the TCG weren't running amok. There wasn't, fire or water is just completely overpowered, whereas in the video game, dragon was being left unchecked. And that introducing fairy did end up being a net positive, and I think that's why they have kept it as it is. But that it's very interesting of seeing it succeed in one system and fail in another.
Yeah, it'd be like if Magic decided that they wanted to bring back their purple cards again.
Yeah.
I don't know, and there's probably most people that don't even remember that. Hell, I think most people weren't even fucking old enough to remember the purple cards.
Did purple
Chad,
actually happen? I feel like purple was a joke.
Mana and purple cards.
Did that happen? I feel like that was in...
It was in,
was that something they did in Time Spiral?
Like a spiral?
Yeah, Time Spiral.
Time Spiral, that's what it was. There was also, there's also Snow. Could always bring back a Snow mana.
Well, they have brought back Snow mana because Snow isn't a new color, but it is a additive variant on things, and they've actually had Snow
I know that.
In the past several years.
I used to have a buddy that he would always run Snowlands in every deck he would make.
Yeah, because for a very long time they had no actual function.
He would just have it. It had no purpose. Yeah. He just liked the Snowlands because they functioned like baselands.
Yeah, and they've printed a couple sets over the past couple years that involved Snow.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. And it hasn't done too much crazy stuff. And it has meant that the Snowlands used to be like really rare, and that folks like your friend who enjoyed them just for the aesthetics were having to pay a very high premium, and now they're very cheap if you want to get them. Yeah, I'm actually looking up right now. I'd forgotten that purple was an actual thing, and that it had been, for those who aren't familiar, Time Spiral was not a gimmick set, but it was a set where they sort of in
Didn't
lore.
they also have a board game?
There were several of those.
That same set?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because there was a board game tie-in too for Time Spiral.
Yeah. And it was basically a bunch of what-if sort of timelines, and that they used it in a way to test out a bunch of different mechanics, and that there were some things that would ultimately go to be implemented completely in the game, not necessarily in a one-for-one manner, but that you can see, oh, they took this concept that they tested with this card here, tweaked it a little bit, and then made it into this mechanic some years later.
Yeah, Time Spiral was very much a like testing ground of things. It was kind of their like throw a bunch of the shit that they've been thinking at the wall and see what actually works, and then bring it back as a gimmick for later.
I think that's cool. I think I like when games allow themselves to do that once in a very blue moon. Obviously, it shouldn't be an annual thing. I don't even think it should be a once every 5 years thing, but at that point in time, Magic had passed, I think, its 10th anniversary or something, and, you know, good on them for doing something real weird.
You want to talk about real weird? Time to talk about the unsets.
Unsets, my beloved.
You know about the Denim Walker?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the ruling about the Denim Walker?
Yes. And that they had to add
What is the ruling about the Denim Walker?
That you are not allowed to remove your pants or change your outfit.
No. That's not the ruling. You can remove your pants. They made a ruling that removing your pants does not use the stack. Therefore, it can't be countered.
Oh.
Are you looking it up? Okay. I want to double check too.
Heirloom Wrangler.
This is what somebody told me a long time ago.
So for those who don't know, the unsets, which were unglued, unhinged, and unstable, and then they had unsanctioned, and then there was Unfinity. That these were not tournament legal cards, that it was a joke set.
Yeah, they were only for playing with other uncards.
Yeah, it was meant to be this very silly thing. And that...
I can't get this to come up.
And that in Magic there was a set of abilities called like land walking. So it'd be Island Walk. It's Heirloom Wrangler.
Oh, that's it.
And so there's Island Walk, which is if your opponent controls an island, this thing can be...
Denim Walk.
Yeah, that it can't be blocked. And Heirloom Wrangler has the ability Denim Walk. If defending player is wearing any clothing made of denim, this creature is unblockable. So if they're wearing jeans, it can't be blocked. And that the issue at hand would be, all right, if I'm wearing jeans, am I allowed to remove my jeans to allow it so this thing can still be blocked? And at the very least, there is no ruling on the actual thing.
I was told there was largely, and maybe it's a meme as a whole for this card, but I was always told that they made a ruling that removing your pants does not use the stack. Because I think there's a card in the unset that lets you cancel somebody's IRL action.
Probably, because they did some very silly things.
Usually I think people use that card to be like, you don't get to draw from your deck next turn. Or some goofy shit like that.
Yeah, but weird things happen in unsets.
Some people would save it for like, no, you don't get to take off your pants, put them back on.
Yeah.
And this bitch is saying unblockable.
And Unstable, the third unset, is one of my favorite sets of all time. I played that one in draft a lot and actually quite good at it. And they did a lot of fun things. And Unfinity had some weird stuff that was unpopular for a combination of reasons. They had some cards that were allowed to be legal. They had stickers, which was, I think that using...
stickers I didn't like, because that felt like very temporary and like cards would be ruined based off of it.
Well, so fun fact, the set got delayed.
It had a carnival theme.
Yes. Yeah, so that flavorfully, it was your
carnival theme.
I thought the flavor was fine. I thought that them having a non-zero number of cards be legal was not an inherently bad idea. But
True.
I think that anything with stickers should have been, by nature, not been in the legal portion of the set. I think that stickers as a mechanic, for the reason that you said, not because of damaging, but because tracking them is a problem. The set was actually delayed by almost a year because not the manufacturer of the cards, but the manufacturer of the adhesive that was going to be used on the stickers, because they had done very rigorous testing to make sure that the adhesive on the stickers would not damage the cards and that they had found a manufacturer that could do it. And the adhesive manufacturer specifically went out of business, so they had to find a new one.
Wow.
So, and the stickers are fine, but the problem is, it's very easy to lose these stickers because the adhesive, as it's supposed to, isn't super sticky. They can, if anything, be too weak and
it's
fall
reusable
off.
adhesive.
Yeah, and so that wasn't the problem, but I think that since they are very specific markers and not normal tokens, and that there was then a random element, and I'm not going to get too far into the mechanics there, but I think it was not a practical decision for them to have those be in the legal portion of the set. I think that if they just
the
removed
stickers
that,
were in the legal portion? Damn,
some
I
of
thought
them
they were
were.
the ones that were like
Some of them were, not
very
all of them.
specific.
That they chose which ones were legal and not legal, mostly based on the functionality, because even in the original unsets prior to that Unstable, Unglued, and whatnot, had a couple of cards that mechanically already fit legally, and that they had sort of put them in as, pun have intended here, glued to sort of hold the sets together to make sure that the cards would work, and that you would want to have certain things that, you want a mana dork. You want something with a very basic can't be blocked or defender ability, that not everything had crazy mechanics. Those ones might just have crazy silly flavor. And
the card does as the card says.
And that in those cases where mechanically they were already fine and just a little bit silly flavorfully, they wanted to allow people to use those. And that they were mostly selective in Unfinity to abide by that of, all right, this is a mechanic that the current rules don't need to be amended to allow. So we can let people use that. Why not? I think that's okay.
But it was it to use it for like anything else? Or was it to use it for that standard of that time?
So it wasn't standard legal, but it was eternal legal. So that would mean
okay.
Like Legacy could use it, Modern could not, Commander
it was like
could
you could use it
it
in other decks besides
yes,
just
yeah,
sets.
but only in the formats that said going as far back as the beginning of Magic. So Legacy and Commander were really the only ones. It wasn't Modern legal. It was not standard legal.
I can't hear you. I'm too busy sideboarding my Wranglers.
Yep.
I'm at a tournament. Hey, you wearing blue jeans down there? You ready to take those off at the tournament, buddy?
There's they had a spiritual successor to that in Unstable called Blurry Beeble, where if your opponent is wearing glasses when this card is cast, it is not blockable. So there was the thing.
So when it's cast?
So that's how they sidestep of, you can't take off your glasses in response. It's when it's cast.
Oh, that's crazy.
And that there were some people, oh no, wait, maybe it was if your opponent isn't wearing glasses, and that some people brought fake glasses, no frames, to wear them specifically to make sure that if their opponent played Blurry Beeble, that they could block it.
Blurry can be blocked only if defending player was wearing glasses as it was cast.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
As it deals damage, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card.
Yeah, so people would wear fake glasses or sunglasses to the tournaments specifically as a potential counter to Blurry Beeble.
It has a creature type Beeble. Oh my god, there's so many Beebles.
There are many Beebles.
Oh my god, they've been like all across the unsets.
Yeah. That's been one of the running jokes. And that for a while, Squirrels had been a running joke, but they finally got their way into actual standard.
I've played against people that had like squirrel decks. They're crazy. There's something funny about being run over by 72 squirrels.
I'm glad that Squirrels made their way into proper Magic. That's something that I felt.
There's a Planeswalker Beeble?
It's not a legal Planeswalker. That is still, if memory serves at the very least, solidly
a bevy of
in the
Beebles,
unset.
Bob.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Number of loyalty on Bob equal to the number of Beebles you control. Oh, he does not have a lot of effects. +1 target Beebles can't be blocked. X number of Beebles, where X is the number of cards in your hand. And then -1 draw a card. It's not that great.
Yeah, I forget. There was some synergy for that thing, but yeah. But I love the unsets. I think that similar to Time Spiral, unsets actually became their testing ground in a lot of ways for different mechanics of just, all right, it's not legal right now, but we can test it out and iterate. And that, again, many things that would be used in those unsets would then be in some way modified, brought in line with the rules, or otherwise balanced, and then actually made into mechanics.
What ways do you think that they've been implemented? I can't think of any ways that they've been implemented to my mind. Most of them have been like parodies of previous like versions, or just ways that like designers have got to run wild with whatever was on their mind.
They tested a couple of different types of counters apart from 1/1 counters initially in some unsets. I think they tested some things with different types of token making. I know Mark Rosewater, the lead designer, has actually done a podcast and an article or two on like this full list of here's the 1-to-1 of what was used in unset that actually made its way into the game eventually. It's been a while since I read it, but I know that there's a good number that have been iterated from there.
I wouldn't be surprised. I just haven't seen anything. I'm still waiting on Denim Walk to find its way into an actual set.
I don't think that one will ever be. That one thing
Give it to me.
that even now they're very staunch on, and I agree with them, is that the rules in Magic do not allow for interaction with non-Magic objects. So
wasn't there a card in one set that allowed you to like fetch a card from outside the game?
So
maybe I'm thinking of Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, there's a couple of cards. They usually have Wish in the name, that you are allowed to grab something that says a card from outside the game, and that mechanically that means you're allowed to get it from your sideboard.
Yeah, I remember they ruled it. It's not like go find your guy that you know has like the best cards in the game and be like, hey, can I borrow this?
Yes.
It has to be your sideboard.
For limited,
that was
so
an
for
overarching
draft
rule that they applied after a while because people were doing that. They'd go to the guy who has like the big collector's binder and be like, give me your nickel bowl list.
You're allowed to do that in draft though. That if it's
because you don't have a sideboard.
Because you don't have a sideboard. So, and that would cause some funny things, but draft is usually going to be, those lower stakes tournaments. It's not the super organized ones. So, again, I think it was a correct delineation of where to let people go really crazy and where to draw the line for practicality and organized play.
That makes sense. You reminded me of draft. There was, I don't know why, this is just one of the stories when it comes to Magic for me. This was, I believe, the Dragon's Maze pre-launch for Ravnica.
I didn't play during Dragon's Maze, but I know that was a infamously unpopular set. I
pulled the Ral Zarek card. A foil Ral Zarek. The annoying Tony Stark looking, Planeswalker.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't use it because it didn't fit what was like working with my deck, but I claimed it in the draft. I was like, that's mine. Fuck you. I opened it in my pack and I was like, I'm keeping that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And at one point, the owner of the shop came up to me after my like round was over and goes, I want that card. What do you want for it? Because he thought it was going to be good. He thought it was going to be like worth a decent chunk because it's like new Planeswalker, new effect. Was good that set.
Spoiler alert, and Ral Zarek never saw competitive play.
That's it. That's exactly it. I got like $80+ in store credit for it.
2 weeks later, it's a $5 card. The next week when
the game fully launched, that foil card was $20. It was worth $20.
Beautiful.
I was like, walked away like a fucking bandit on that one. Glad I didn't keep that card.
Cardboard stonks. It is very real. Buy low, sell high.
I think it was in high school at that time too.
Oh man, and especially at that point in time, $80, that's a lot of money.
I was gonna say, to my brain at that time, I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be able to get so many new cards. Actually, I've always been like, my brain when it comes to card games is always like, I could buy the $20 rare that I want. Or I could buy $40 of booster packs.
That's why I like draft. I'm not a collector. I'm not someone who really enjoys brewing, and I love the variety and I love the game of drafting itself. That whole strategy and process is so fun to me. And part of why I don't play other TCGs. If Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh were to make a draft format, I'd probably be in, but nobody else does it.
I used to play Force of Will was another one of the TCG games. And do you know what a God Pack is?
Yeah, it's one where everything is foil.
Yes, everything is typically like the super rares of the packs. They're all foil. They're all like whatever the like peak condition of a card could be.
Yeah.
And the whole pack is that. I opened one of those at a booster, at a draft of Force of Will. And it was the pre-launch draft tournament. And I opened the pack and I was like, huh. In this game, there's like rulers, which imagine the whole concept of this game is basically commander, and but they're called rulers. I was like, why is there a ruler in the front here? Flip to the next one. There's another one here. Next one.
Wait a second.
These are all full art. And I had 10 of just full art, like all the rulers of this brand new set that had like come out. And the dude across from me, as I started like flipping through it, and he could see the back of my pack because the rulers are actually double-sided.
Oh, okay. So they can.
So there's one effect. There's a ruler and then there's a V ruler, and it's like usually the regular ruler has like a base effect. You have to tap it to get your mana stones. It's basically a guaranteed like land as it would be in Magic, or it has some kind of like flat effect. But it has a little mana cost at the bottom that if you pay, you flip it over, and it usually becomes something better of some kind. And the person across the table from me could see the backs of all those cards.
And so they add up and like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he just yelled. He goes, they got a God Pack. And the judge came over and was like, you got a God Pack? I hadn't even realized it at this point. Thinking he was talking about somebody else. And I was like, what? Oh, yeah. And he goes, do you want to keep it? And I go, yeah, I want to fucking keep it. It was like, okay, here's another booster pack. He just handed me another booster pack. He's like, draft this one. I was like, hell yeah, pocket.
I know some shops will do that. Some will say, well, pick the best card and you got to pass the rest. I'm
glad that the shops I've always been to have always been like, nice. God Pack, that's yours, buddy.
Yeah,
that's yours. Like, you were lucky enough to pull that.
That's enough. All right. You will pay the $5 to replace the pack. We're not going to give you the new pack for free, but you just opened something that's $100, so you're still coming out on top here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. It was nice. I think I still have most of those cards because I still have the collector's binder that I saved those from.
Nice.
Weirdly enough, it was a different shop after I moved universities. That the store owner there was like, oh, you play Force of Will? Because they had like one guy in their whole store that played it, and he had gone to like the Hawaii World Tournament for it. And I came in and I was like, oh, I still have my deck built. I think I was going through like all my decks trying to figure out like what games I had.
Yeah.
And when I pulled it out, he like lost his mind. He was like, oh my God, you have Force of Will deck? Do you know how to play? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, I know how to play. I haven't played in a long time. This deck's like a little old. It was built as like a standard style deck for like one generation. He was like, well, I'll play you against it, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, yeah, I made like top 100 at this tournament. And I was like, oh, that's really neat. I lost the first round. I felt bad. And I was like, well, I haven't played in a couple years. So I played again. I beat him the next 2 rounds and I was like,
maybe I'm good at this.
Maybe I'm good at this. Maybe I'm just lucky that I still have a deck that the people at like one shop I went to helped me build. That's what it was like when I played Force of Will.
Yeah.
I got pulled into it one day coming to the shop for like the very first time to see what games they ran. And the guys there were like, we're one person short to run a tournament. If we give you a deck, would you be willing to play in the tournament? I was like, I have no idea how to play this game. What the fuck is this? And they slammed a deck into my hand. Early Force of Will was all like novel characters, mostly classic like European novel characters. So this was a Dark Alice deck named for Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland, of course.
And I had no idea what to do. I lost every match. No clue. No idea what I was doing. Lost every round. And the store owner does a spin the wheel, and one person out of every tournament gets a free booster pack. And I got a booster pack. I won the booster pack. And I'm opening it.
It had some crazy rare in it, didn't it?
It had something called an uber rare. In this particular set, it was an uber rare, which in this case is basically monochrome. It's like black and silver, of a ruler of what I didn't know at the time, a ruler that would soon become completely banned, not like 3 weeks later.
Because
but
it was
currently the
unbalanced.
best ruler in the game. And the guy who let me borrow his Dark Alice deck wanted it off of me. And I was like, this is a $200 card. I didn't know what it was at the time. I was almost willing to just give it to him, but he was a nice guy and was like, I can't just
Like
take
that.
it.
That's too much.
And so he was like looking at like some of the stuff that had like come in that day. And he was like, if you want to play the game, I'll buy you 2 booster boxes for that card. And he bought me 2 different set booster boxes. And I opened every single one. And we spent the next 3 hours building me a deck that is still the deck that I have to this
Hell
day.
yeah. That's great. I love that.
And it was so nice. That was the deck I beat the guy with too. It was a Xion deck, which is basically that deck is basically like playing a fortune teller. Its effect is literally you can look at the top card on your deck at any time. And so then you build a bunch of items that's like move the top card of your deck to the bottom. And so like I would play that and I'd basically just guarantee that I always have the card that I want to be able to draw next. And then Xion's flip ability was take the top card on the top of your deck and put it on the field.
Ta-da!
And so I would just run ridiculous things like King Arthur and shit.
Yeah. Aw.
But it was a very fun deck. Nobody really played Xion during that entire run. Everybody was running like Dark Alice and a few other things that I can't remember the exact names of, but I liked that one. I was playing my Songstress of Shangri-La.
You know, you sometimes hear these horror stories of, oh man, you know, TCG players are really rude or just, you know, sweaty, not welcoming to others, but that I think you find for the most part, especially at the local level, that the duality happens. Yeah, the duality is a lot starker, I think, at high level tournaments, because I feel like at high level tournaments you either get the very nice, composed, professional opposing player who's going to be super clear about all their actions, be very kind, who's going to offer you a handshake each time, or you're going to get the person who's not going to speak a word and they're going to, you know, anything from angle shot to just
slam their hand in your face, wanting to shake your hand and be like, good game.
Call judge at every corner. But for the most part, especially at just a local game store, folks are usually going to be like, oh, you want to get in the game? Yes, please. How can I make it so you will come back to this store because we want more players here? And
exactly.
And I had a similar thing to that. It was between some college years for me that I had an internship that was pretty far from where I grew up. So I had rented, I just rented an apartment, or was an extended stay hotel type of thing for a couple months. So I was doing that, and being far from home, it meant that I did not have much to do. I had been into Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while, but was mostly falling out of it. But had played Magic very incidentally pretty much every year or so at summer camps. Never had owned any cards, but that friends I would make at these summer camps would have their decks, and so I knew how combat math worked. I knew flying, death touch, defender, the basic mechanics, the really vanilla stuff. And I'm far from home. I need something to do on the weekends, and I knew of Sealed. And as luck would have it, there was a pre-release for Core Set 2013, I think it was, coming out that weekend. So I found a local game store to go to and looked up basic Sealed strategy. Was like, I really don't think I know what I'm going to do here. So I told the folks near me, I told the shop owner, they were like, all right, you're not allowed to have assistance in playing the game, but you are allowed to get any amount of assistance in the deck build process. So, you open up and then folks will help you. So I opened the packs, and the folks next to me were very kind and helped me build a green-white deck. And I had gotten a couple of pretty good cards. And I would end up going 4-0 at this pre-release with the deck that because
green and white is usually pretty good for draft decks, shockingly.
It helped that I had
especially around the 2013 set.
I had two outright bombs.
2013 wasn't whenever Thragtusk was in, was it?
I don't recall, and since it was a pre-release, there was only one set, so it wasn't standard or anything. It was just open six boosters.
That was when roughly around when I came into standard, and it was there was a green monster called Thragtusk.
Yeah. Also, Azorius is blue-white. Green-white is
Yeah.
Selesnya.
Yeah, Selesnya.
But that the two bombs that I had were Audric Master Tactician, which was, I think it was like 2 white and white for some, I think it was like a 2/2 or 3/3.
Audric?
There's a couple of Audrics. There's Lunarch Marshal, but Master Tactician said,
Yeah, it was 2013.
Audric attacks and you have at least 2 or 3 other attacking creatures. You may
I remember
choose
when Audric came out. Oh,
you may choose how and if opposing creatures block. Let me see here. Yeah, here it is.
it's at least 3. Wait, when you and at least 3 other creatures attack, you choose which creatures block the combat and how they block.
So this can the option here includes I choose that nothing blocks. All of my things are unblockable. Everything gets through. Alternately, it can be I make you block my big thing with your small thing. That I'm going to align combat incredibly disproportionately. Anything that I choose will happen is obviously going to result in you losing a creature, and otherwise it's just unblockable. The other thing I had was something called Elder Scale Worm, which was 4 green, 7 mana for a 7/7 worm. And it said,
yes.
If your life would become less than 7, it becomes 7.
Yep. That'll do.
You can't lose.
Yeah, with Elder Scale Worm on the field, especially in a draft format, it's so hard to get rid of that.
You need a removal spell. That it has no, protection is sort of the colloquial term for folks in chat who are probably bored to tears that are nerding out here, but sorry, deal with it. But, it can be destroyed by spells and whatnot. It's not completely impervious, but if I choose to not block with it, I can just say, all right, attack me all day. I don't care anymore. I don't need to block because my life will never go below 7. And it was in the last match that the opponent and I, they had this huge board out, but I had Elder Scale Worm, and it was getting to that point where, we both used all of the cards in our hands and we're just sort of draw, go. Already got a land, I got another creature, but it was sort of Yu-Gi-Oh-esque that the opponent said, seems we're at an impasse. Top deck Audric said, no, we're not. Because, at that point, yes, they had like 10 creatures, but I had 5 out. I couldn't make any profitable attacks.
I had enough.
Without Audric. But it was just like, you have a turn, can you kill Audric? They draw, it's a land. Swing in with everything, and I say none of your stuff's blocking. Good game, buddy.
Shake hand.
Shake hand. And it was a good match. It was a really good match. And then, even they were very amused of, that's how that board stall got broken up. But then at the end of all that, there had been a foil I had pulled that one of the folks who helped me build the deck had said, hey, at the end of the tournament, I'd like to buy that off you or trade you for it. And I just gave it to him. It was like, hey, I went 4-0 because you helped me build this deck. Goodness knows I would not have without you. So here, thank you.
It was always weird going to those shops, and there was always people that were just expected to win. They'd gotten so used to winning the tournaments at some of the shops that I had been to,
especially
that they never bought booster packs because they would win in such a large tournament that they just end up with 8 booster packs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they would do that twice a week.
Yeah. And hey, if you're able to do that, good on you. That I have a couple of friends that do that, and that even for me in draft that. I like draft because it's a variety, and then I would just sell back the rares to fund my next draft. And it became, some people say, oh, you're spending so much money on Magic. I was spending at most net $5 a draft. Sometimes I would come out on top.
$3 to get a bag of Cheetos. What are you talking about? Yeah. But there was one guy I remember at my shop that actually carried around a lunchbox everywhere he went, and for the longest time I never understood what it was. He was real quiet, little pudgy, unsociable kind of guy. But he was there at almost every tournament, and I finally got to play him one night at Standard. And I was just a young teenager. I was in high school. I had just technically learned how to play. This was 2011, 2012, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And the meta right then was green, white, good stuff. which essentially involved Thragtusk and Restoration Angel, which Thragtusk was a green beast that, when Thragtusk leaves the field, put what is essentially a token Thragtusk on the field.
Yeah. Got rid of the big thing. Here's another one.
And Restoration Angel was just blink. When it enters the field, blink target creature. And so the goal was essentially to just blink Thragtusk over and over using Restoration Angel and other spells.
Yeah.
And he wiped the absolute fucking floor with me. And I was so upset because I think, honestly, at this time, I was so early in my career, I was probably still using a pre-built mono blue deck. It was one of the in-year sets. I remember it having baby Krakens as this like 1-drop blue. And I was having such a bad time that night because my friends were having fun and doing good, but I was getting my shit absolutely stomped. And he opened the lunchbox that he always carried with him, and inside were booster packs. It was filled to the brim with booster packs. And he handed me one and goes, "Good luck next time." And I go, "Oh,
what a badass."
And I just held that booster pack.
Like, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see, that, you know, especially as you get older, that, you know, you see, you know, teens, younger kids getting into the game, and that, you know, I assume they're a working adult that has stable income, and that, all right, booster packs, $3, $4, whatever dollars, and that for them, that's not a huge thing, but that they know that giving a booster pack to a kid, especially someone who just had a really bad loss, and especially if it seems that they don't have a big collection, that they're just getting into the game, those types of interactions help prevent people from falling out of love with the game. And that,
exactly,
you know, it's not necessarily going to be a defining moment for every person they give a pack to, but that my guess is, you know, they give a number of packs out over the years that they're going to have a couple of meaningful moments, and they might not know it, but they know that they hopefully have had those moments.
I don't know. I probably saw him quite a while when I still went to that shop, but that shop has since like hopped around town to different locations. And every time I've gone there now, I haven't seen him. So I don't know where he is now, what he's doing. And he probably doesn't even remember me, but I think about him. I think about him a lot.
Another LGS needed him.
Off to the winds. He would just look like the average like upper middle class dude that you would expect to find at any LGS.
Yeah.
So he was one of the guys though too that was always expected to like top 8.
Oh, but that's what you want of those constant winners. Someone who's, you know, they're here to have fun and they're good at the game, but
they're not here to pick up their trophy.
Yeah, but that they're gonna be, you know, humble and, you know, even if not super sociable, that they're gonna be kind.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that were like that at a lot of the LGSs I've been to, that they're not like perfectly sociable, and that's usually like a large kind of turnoff for a lot of people at something, because it sometimes feels like they're not sociable, therefore they're creepy. Quite nice people that are just feel like they're unsociable, but are like nervous, shy, or just like need that special interest as a way to socialize.
And that I would do that. I don't do many in-person drafts nowadays. That Arena has gotten pretty good, that it's just so much more convenient to draft online, frankly. But that when I would go, and the few times I still go, if I encounter a player who seems to be very new, that after the match is over, one of the first questions I'll ask is, how many lands are you running? I noticed that you kept not being able to cast your spells, or that you were getting flooded a lot. And I've had some folks say, oh, I'm running 12, or I'm running 25. Say, can you lay out your deck for me? Let me, you know, help you rework this a bit. And usually it's because I've beaten them in this 50-minute round in 20 minutes because, you know, they put in just a bunch or not nearly enough lands, so the games were not really games. So I then take that time and say, okay. My
middle ground is always like 20, but if it's like a spell casting deck, then I'm like 24.
Yeah.
But it depends on if I have ways to like mill them out. Not even mill them out, but like
and that's for
get them out on the
though.
field faster, so that I don't actually have to worry about them taking up space in the deck.
Yeah, that for
if I get up to having like 9 or 10 lands as fast as possible, then it's like 24 is pretty great.
Yeah. For limited, the golden number is 17, because limited decks are 40 cards, not the 60. So 17 is like 95% of limited decks will have 17. Some sets 18
I think
or
I ran
16,
14
but
when I did drafts.
14 is almost always a mistake. That would be one where I'd be like, let's find 2 or 3 of the weakest cards here and swap those out for lands. Make sure you're a bit more consistent on your draws there. And that would, explain, not just, okay, putting this card instead of this card. All right, this card, it says this and this, which doesn't do very much for its cost. Or there's this card here, which it costs way too much. And it seems powerful, but unless you get the game to go really long, you're just never going to cast it, and it'll just take up space. And
be
this
holding
one
my
here,
10-cost golem that I'm like, I'm going to be able to play it in this game, I swear.
And then, well, this 2 and a black card that says destroy target creature with more than 2 power, that can get rid of a lot of really big things. You'll want to put this in instead.
Or a spell that's like causes -2/-2.
Yeah, that to give that explanation, just, all right, here's why it's good, because then hopefully, the whole teach a person to fish type of thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Are there any games that you haven't gotten into that you want to be able to try and make time to get into, TCG or otherwise?
Some point I still want to learn the Digimon game only to know it. For the sake, because I like Digimon. I want Digimon to succeed. I wish we would get more Digimon games, not just TCG, but games in general. Because every time we get a new Digimon game, it's every 5 years, and it's completely different from the last. It is a completely different genre. We went from Digimon Cyber Sleuth to, what was it? I don't remember what the name of it was, but the one after that was like technically the most recent, besides the one they just announced, was like, it went from regular like JRPG / like beast capture game, and it turned into basically Fire Emblem.
Oh, and Lucy in chat mentions it'd be Digimon Survive, and they're offering to teach you. So they teach the TCG, that is. So
Lucian. I had a buddy that was going to teach me before, but it has since like fallen through. So I am curious. I don't know if they have like an online thing. I really don't want to get into physical because I don't like knickknacks taking up too much space.
Yeah.
Mentioned that before.
Yeah,
Survive, that's what it was. That was what that game was. It was Digimon Survive was the Fire Emblem-like one.
Yeah. And you mentioned you also played Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day.
I did, before Yu-Gi-Oh! Became an absolute nightmare of word salad.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, I don't yuck others' yum, but I look at Yu-Gi-Oh! And say that it's a bit of a design mess.
Oh yeah, I think the last time I actually like played in a tournament with like a full-on deck that wasn't like playing like Master Duel or something, was just after like Synchro Monsters became a thing. This was just after like the 5Ds anime came out.
I was right before that, that I played up through sort of the end of the GX era, never got into Synchros, but very similar time.
And this was actually much younger than when I started playing Magic, so I also hadn't developed the like consistency is key to deck building in a lot of games. So my happy ass went up to a tournament. We drove like an hour and a half to a tournament with a friend and his family. We all went there with my little Elemental Heroes deck. Not a duplicate of any card in that deck. Not a single duplicate. And I got absolutely trounced.
Yeah.
I was probably 10 or less or something.
Oh, that was absolutely me at my first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament night. Oh, yeah.
There was a guy, I remember being there. He had to this day, I would think it'd be a really cool haircut, but my snobby little teenage self at the time was like, haha, your head looks like a table. Because he had like he was a black man with his head was shaved straight up cut. And flat across the top. Clean, looked awesome. But as a kid, I was like, I made some statement about it looking like a tabletop, and he trounced me turn 0 twice. He was running gadgets.
Oh.
He was running yellow, red, green gadgets.
I remember those, yeah.
And I didn't get a turn. Actually, I technically did. He let me go first both times. I was like, okay.
Because that way he can attack.
I would play like my turn, and then he would swing. He would swing on his next turn.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm sorry. I was really sad at the time. I was like really upset. And like I thought it was probably just. I don't even remember if I was being like mean. I don't think I was trying to be mean. I think I like thought it was cool and just didn't know a way to compliment him.
Yeah, but that it very understandably could have come off as
it definitely
not
like
kind.
hurt his feelings, or he took it as like a dig, and he
Yeah.
just trounced me.
Mm.
He absolutely just, I was like, that was a 50-minute wait for me for the round to finish to move on to the next one after less than like 3 minutes of gameplay. I was really upset, even though my deck was absolutely garbage. Funny thing was too is I remember playing against a guy in that same tournament that was also running elemental heroes, but he was smarter than me and knew that like consistency is key thing. So we actually had like duplicates and stuff. Mine was just like, I really like these elemental heroes and these spell cards, so this is what my deck is.
Yeah, I remember first time I went to a tournament was, you know, I'd only ever played like kitchen table level Yu-Gi-Oh with friends, and
yeah, that was pretty much what mine
I was
had
able
always
to
been.
beat my friends on a relatively consistent basis, go to a shop, and oh man, I was utterly destroyed, and I didn't even know that it was Swiss at the time, where you play each round. I thought it was single elimination, so not only do I get trounced round one, but then I leave because I think that I'm out of the tournament. It's not until many years later that I realize, oh, all these tournaments are Swiss. I could have still played, but probably would have just lost and been very demoralized anyways. But
yeah,
every kid, I think, has that experience. I'm not going to say it's a good experience in that, oh, I'm glad every kid has that experience, but I think that it is a universal part of being new at something, that you realize that you're not good because you're new at it.
yeah. And it's always the fun too, whenever, I think the funnest things I've always had is every time I've learned a new card game, and it may just be because I'm lucky, once the store knows you're new, and if you have like enough people and enough collectors that have been there long enough, it feels like one of those like goofy scenes where suddenly like everybody is looking through the doorway and staring at you and being like, hey kid, want crack?
Hey, yeah, let me set you up over here.
Want to learn how to deck build?
Yeah.
We can fix your deck.
Want to learn how to
Cost
storm
you
off?
nothing.
Yeah,
it was
just-
like
it's
it
great.
was even with like Force of Will was like that. Yu-Gi-Oh did not end up like that. I was really demoralized for a long time before my friend introduced me to Magic, and that was when I tried going to a store again.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's generally it. This is generally. I'm not going to talk about Keyforge. We're skipping Keyforge. Keyforge is garbage. Don't buy Keyforge. Anyway,
So unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
extremely unfortunate.
Mm.
Am I gonna have to tell them why they should skip Keyforge?
We can give them the cliff notes of it.
Do not buy a card game that is randomly generated in order to give you whatever cards that you cannot customize in any way, shape, or form. It's a waste of money, even if the deck is $10, because that just means now you've made a gotcha game deck.
It's a really fascinating concept on paper and terrible in practice.
It's reading the description of being like, each deck is unique and one-time purchase and play with your friends as much as you want. Sounds cool by itself. That at base is like,
It's great.
being
I
really
think
cool.
It has the
Until you find out the
potential
game
to be
balance.
like a great intro card game for just, schoolyard kitchen table level play, where it's not a bunch of people looking to be hyper optimized, that you're just learning about mechanics and strategy, and that even if one is a little bit more optimal than the other, that I'm going to have relative faith in that they're all going to be moderately comparable to each other, that it's not going to be wildly imbalanced. And I think that's cool of, for a
It's
parent
neat.
that you can spend $10 and they don't need to worry about buying a bunch of booster packs, and that they can have fun with their friends. That's great. But unfortunately, you need a competitive scene for any TCG to be viable. Yeah.
I don't mean just being like, my deck's good, therefore I like it. I mean, feeling like connected to your deck in the case that like, I like the theme of this deck, or I like the faction of this deck.
Yeah, I made this deck.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be that, but that does get the point. It'd be like, it's made out of cards that I genuinely like. I like the art, I like the theme, I like the faction, I like whatever. However, buying a Keyforge deck means that you're buying a deck with 3 factions shoved into it that you have no idea what they're going to be. 3 of, I think it was 6 factions, something like that.
Something like that.
Maybe it was
yeah.
8.
It was just this weird
and it's just
amalgamation,
random.
and just
They're completely random.
yeah.
You may get one faction that you wanted or one faction that you like, 2 other factions that do something that you don't know what they do. Okay, guess I'm stuck with this deck.
Yeah.
God forbid you try to fish out a deck that has like all 3 factions or ones that you like.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with that, boss man.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So it did not do very well. And it only got worse when people figured out how to database the whole thing and sort of reverse engineer. And then the folks who were super sweaty essentially invalidated
every card power
any
levels and then started making it so you could scan your deck and figure out how good your deck was from a baseline. And I remember people at my LGS at that time were literally buying the decks as they came in, as long as nobody had like pre-ordered ones. And they were scanning it on their phone before opening it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they didn't get a number they liked, they were literally just chunking it into a trash can 5 feet away. They were just like lobbing it from the table they were setting it to across a walking aisle into the trash can. And I was just like,
man, at least donate it or something.
I only watched them do it with like 4 or 5 decks before they stopped. And it wasn't because I think I was staring at them when they were doing it. I think they just stopped because they'd already gone through all the other decks. I think I was just there for the end of it.
For the end of it. Oh, gosh.
But I also remember having to wait, like, it was supposed to be 3 weeks to get a deck because they, like, all the others, when they first arrived, sold out at my store.
Mm-hmm.
And it took 3 months. It took 3 months to finally get a deck instead of 3 weeks for my pre-order. And when I got it, everybody in the store was already tired of it.
Was already done with it. Oh.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I don't think I still have that deck either, so I don't think I can even pull it out and try to remember. I think I only played 1, maybe 2 matches with it.
Oh, no.
With it. And I was like, I don't think I like this game.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh.
Cool.
Pivoting a little bit. So obviously you have your enjoyment of horror, that is a big part of your theming, and that you like horrors in various different ways, that you like horror movies, you like horror games, but you also mentioned that you like horrors of the deep and that you actually have a really, pun haven't intended, deep interest in marine biology. Where does that one start?
Oh, goodness. How did it start? Oh, I'm not, like, probably it's like a lot of people that end up getting a degree in marine science of some kind probably start. It's everybody's favorite. I like fish.
That's fair.
It was like, as a kid, I had an obsession with, like, dolphins, as kids do.
Yeah, it's dolphins or sharks.
Any science project I could was, like, roped into or turned into some sort of, like, ocean theming if I could squeeze it in.
Mm-hmm.
I probably didn't realize it at the time, but I was probably always at some point going to be getting, like, my diving certification. I think the point where I was like, yeah, my major is going to be marine biology. Also, I'm like lagging on VTube Studios and I can see it, but
you seem to be moving fine on my end.
Oh, interesting. I'm like delayed on my end for some reason.
Yeah, still coming across smooth here.
It was this was actually in college when I went to get my diving certification. It was like a whole course at my university at the time. They required like a kinesiology credit, which could be any sport. And I found out that the semester I was going to try and take that credit, they were offering a introduction to scuba diving course. And at the end, you would get certified. And we practiced in like the school, like Olympic pool. And then they had like a diving pool for like diving board diving, not scuba diving. But it was deep enough that we could use it to like test pressures and come to understand what it felt like. But come our certification test, and we go out to a lake in rural Texas. I don't know if it was necessarily used as like for testing for sure, but the lake itself was definitely used for diving for other stuff. Maybe it was just like a location, a general location.
Yeah.
Because in it, when we got out there, we had a nighttime dive and then a morning dive the next day. But this night dive, we would go out and there was a steel platform. A steel platform at like 35 feet under that we'd have to dive down to and wait for the instructor, and then he would direct us which way we're going. Upon directing us, he would point us to the like edges of this platform, and on these edges were strings that just tied off and went off into this. There's probably across this big square platform there was like probably a dozen, And one of these, I'm only going to go into one because I don't want to cover every single one that we went to. He asked me to lead the group. I was teacher's pet. I was the one that was so fucking entranced by the course and so excited. So he would always like be like, all right, you're going ahead. You're going to be like in the front. You're going to be guiding the way. Make sure you have your hand on like the guide wire, all this other stuff. All this conveyed with like hand symbols and pointing underwater. But one of the things that I was heading into, and it felt like we were going for a while, in this like mucky, we're basically like right at the edge where the sunlight kind of stops. So beneath me, it's just pitch black, and above me is just the brighter water. And I turn around, or not quite full turnaround, but like I lean over a shoulder to look and see where like everybody is behind me. And I turn back, and when I turn back, I want you to guess what was in front of me. What do you think would be in front of me? 30 to 40 feet underwater.
In a lake, not an ocean, correct?
Yes, this is a lake.
All right. So it's not going to be the anglerfish because that's ocean.
No, it would not be even then at like 30
and also
feet.
that's also way too high up. Alligator.
No. I promise you were not going to guess this. I just wanted to see what your first guess was. It was a clown.
Huh?
There was a clown statue, a 5-foot tall clown statue tied to the top of a dead tree that was at the bottom of the lake. So not only was I now looking at a clown statue, fully painted, by the way, but there was the gnawing limbs of a fucking dead tree reaching up towards and around me, and I nearly had a fucking panic attack.
This is the actual origin of Marin.
It's the thing too was we were talking about like how I like peaked and then like decided to go further into marine biology, but I felt like I had to tell that story because it leads into this. So that was the night dive for this examination. The next morning, we're out there at like 6 a.m. 6 a.m. to get ready for our morning dive. And I'm one of the first people suited up. The first day I like figured out like half the tricks of like putting my foot into a garbage bag, not a garbage bag, like a grocery bag, and pushing it through the wetsuit to get into it because it made it so much easier. And so like I was suited up and ready to go, and I'm just waiting in the water. And the teacher goes, one of the instructors gets in the water and is like, I'm gonna chill here if y'all want to like check all your equipment and do whatever you want. And I just sank. I put my breather in and I like sank in the shallows. And in the shallows of this lake is essentially a grass bed, like about a 2.5 foot tall like lake grass bed.
Yeah.
And I just sank into it, like back first, looking up at the sun peeping through the water. It's just like the 7 a.m. sun at this point, beaming in through the water. The grass kind of like waving at the corner of my vision, staring up at the sun beaming down. And I think it was in that second that I was like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Aww.
I want it more. And it was such a cool moment. I think about it a lot. I have not been able to capture that like moment far since before like COVID. That was like 2017 when that happened, and I haven't been diving since like 2019.
Wow, that's so cool. Did you tell the instructor about the clown statue, and did they know
he
about
knew. He knew it was there. He knew everything that was down there. There was like an old school bus, an old like 50s school bus that was baby blue. There was a Volkswagen Beetle. There was an old plane, like an old Cessna.
So did they send you there knowing and we were like, oh yeah, I was hoping you'd find it, or oh yeah, that is over there, isn't it?
Everybody was in technically a group. He knew where we were heading to. Everybody else didn't because we hadn't been to this lake, but he'd been there tons of times for all of these courses. Yeah. And he knew where he was sending us. But it just happened that when I looked away and was still moving forward, that it came into view. And so when I looked back, it was just right there. Yeah.
So it wasn't the, oh, what is that from afar? And as you get closer, oh wow, that's weird. It's the sort of jump scare moment of,
Yeah. This is also a Texas lake, so like visibility wasn't like perfect. Like visibility was maybe like 5 to 7 feet.
Plus it's nighttime.
Yeah. All we had was flashlights.
Yeah. That's super neat.
It was, it was so fun. It was so much fun. But I picture that clown fills my nightmares.
I'll bet.
Just a clown 40 feet underwater tied to a dead tree. Especially when I'm like, I have that weird thing where it's like when I'm out of water, whatever's in the water is horrifying. But when I'm like in gear and like gloves on, full scuba on, and I have like a diving partner, everything, the world is my fucking oyster.
Yeah.
But if I'm like in a swimsuit and my foot brushes something, I'm at the water. I'm at that water so fast.
Yep. Yeah, I think part of it is just, you mentioned specifically the difference of the wetsuit, and I think the sensation of something slimy against your skin is just viscerally, well, obviously it's going to be a different sensation than if it is through fabric of any sort. So it's going to feel
especially a neoprene
weird.
suit.
Yeah, just the. But yeah. And did you have a particular area of interest when it came to marine biology? Was there a particular animal? You mentioned that at least at the start, dolphins were big for you, but as you went on, was there an area of study that you were looking into?
When I went into college, I wanted to do research. I really did. And within like a year and a half, after like actually trying to do like various research and various lab works, I realized it wasn't for me. I hated it. I hated it so much. But like, as my courses continued to go on, I knew I wanted to like still get a degree in like marine science for something so that I can still be like near and or around the shit that I loved.
Yeah.
I ended up taking a course. When was this? I think this was my junior year. We had what was essentially, you can call it a night course. It was the only course in my entire like college career that started at like 8 p.m. and it was an aquaculture course.
Ooh.
It was a course essentially on like fish farming, and like the final year project was essentially figuring out the feasibility of introducing aquaculture in Texas. Long story short, it's not feasible in Texas because Texas has no aquaculture law, so it counts as a farm. If you decided to build an aquaculture in Texas, you have to expect to not make any profit just because of the general cost to produce a facility. It would take more than 10 years to turn a profit.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
And
so it basically came down, just because of its laws and its expenses in Texas, it'd be much better to just continue to live farm things like oysters and various fish.
Mm-hmm. And especially for the more inland areas of Texas where, you know, if there isn't a large lake nearby, that my guess is the statistical majority of land in Texas is not going to be incentivized to try it anyways because it's just not predisposed to it. That obviously, you know, if you're down in Houston or near the ocean,
the thing is it could technically be feasible with localized species. The hardest part though is finding a company and government subsidies that is willing to subsidize that to have the company begin its production. Like, honestly, catfish is not hard to farm raise.
Yeah.
And it's abundant in like Southern cooking. The problem was though, is one of the things we learned in the course was the comparative amount of seafood that Americans eat compared to the rest of the world. And I don't remember the exact unit, but I remember it essentially being Americans eat on a yearly 1/7 the amount of seafood as most other countries.
Yeah. We eat a lot more of something that you don't particularly care for in cuisine. And it's something that, especially in Texas, of all places, is going to be much more incentivized to use their land on.
True. Beef.
Beef.
The thing that I hate out of it, though, is steak.
Okay, so it is particular to steak that you don't enjoy beef, but
particularly to steak. Basically, generally just slabs of meat with no, borderline no prep to them. Comparatively no prep. There's so much things you can do with ground beef. There's so much things you can do with tons of other things. I was gonna say culturally, that is not it. I was gonna say ethically and somewhat politically, I also have a hatred for the beef and dairy industry because of what it's become. It's overinflated and overindulged to the point where it's basically prints money for the companies and sucks money from the government.
Yeah, for me,
beef with beef, yes.
Yeah. You mentioned specifically that you feel like, you don't understand why folks spend large amounts of money and why steak is sort of a luxury item.
Yes.
And that in particular, I agree with. That I enjoy steak. I enjoy, just sort of slab beef, and that I think that just steaks can taste very good with minimal seasoning, a little bit of salt, maybe a spice or something. I don't think it needs to be super crazy prepared. If you want to do that, sure. But that I'm not going to be interested in spending $40, $50, $75 on a piece of meat. I very much enjoy that when I go to the grocery store, I'm able to find the cheap cuts of meat that are considered, quote unquote, low grade. Spoiler alert, minimum viable grade for consumer sale in America is already going to be considered, baseline.
It's
high
extremely
grade.
high. The standards for American food is
It's
extremely
absurd.
high.
Yeah, that the lowest grade beef
American
here,
produce and meats is extremely high.
but that's why I think that the real play is I buy the cheap stuff. I buy something that I can get at $5 a pound, and then I'm able to buy myself a decent sized steak that's going to be a meal and a half, less than $10, and that's how I enjoy my steaks, because I'm definitely not going to go and spend, like I said, $50 on something. That's just silly in my opinion.
Do you know what do you know the story of lobster?
No,
in America?
I feel like I
lobster and beef,
might,
and
but-
in this case steaks, have the same problem. They were technically peasant food.
That's
They
right.
were simple to in the northern, in like New England, in the New England area. Lobsters would wash up on the beach. They were so abundant and much larger than they are now, before like the lobster fishery was established, that any homeowner could just walk the beach and the shallows and eventually find a large lobster to take home and cook.
Yeah,
And it was
similarly,
the same thing with beef.
that
Butchering
farmers,
a cow
every
and just
farmer had a
cutting
cow.
Yeah, every farmer had a cow, and you could just take a chunk of meat and take it home. And salt was not always available, but relatively available as like
in the
America
sliding scale
grew.
of spices, especially,
It was one of the first.
it was one of the most abundant. It's why even today that it is such a staple, because it was something that anybody could have and put on their dinner table and just have it there.
Yeah, the farmer cutting off a chunk of meat for a person, throwing it in a bag, and you taking it home and throwing it on top of a hot surface is as easy as it comes when it comes to cooking food.
Yeah.
However, this happened with the lobster too. Rich people like to ruin things. They like their exclusivity. So once they find something that, like, what are the peasants on about today? Oh, a sea insect? How good could it be? Eats it, likes it.
Like, ooh, this is quite good.
Well, can't have them enjoying that if I want it to myself. It has to be exclusive.
Or even if it's, I don't even think it's necessarily the mentality of exclusivity. I think it's the mentality of, oh, I want this, so I'm going to buy up as much of it as I can, and then
Yes.
it becomes like almost unintentionally
The wealthy
exclusive.
starts the industry and then
Yeah.
like raises the standards of what is to be. It'd be like it's like why they raise the prices of certain like cow breeds that they have themselves
Yeah.
bred, and hike the prices of
Wagyu is a lie. That within
It could
certain bounds, and like the whole thing of just
I don't
fat
think Wagyu is the
content
best
in
example, because Wagyu actually
yeah.
does have a visible difference in
Yeah,
terms
but
of its like
you do have
marbling
more,
and everything,
for sure.
to
But
the point
that,
where it's almost a different meal.
yes, I suppose I should say that the price of Wagyu is a
Angus.
lie. That
Black Angus.
yeah, in that there is a difference, but that even if the price should be 1.5, maybe even 2 times what it is of normal beef, I don't think that it should be the actual exponential that you see in a lot of places. And
Yeah.
Black Angus, very similar.
But it was those things were also very much an influence, annoyingly.
Yeah.
Is how a lot of like those luxury foods tend to come around. It's why lobster is so expensive now, between companies cropping up before the canning age and the major fishery age and fishing them down into borderline nothing. Like right now, when it comes to lobster fishing, the only exclusion rules are they can't be pregnant. And by pregnant, it means they're just carrying an egg clutch.
Yeah.
And they have to be bigger than a certain point. And the size of bigger than a certain point is shockingly small for the total scale that a lobster can grow to.
Yeah.
Like a lobster at fishable size, if it's a male, is like 1 year. if it's healthy. If it's healthy. But it's we have fished what lobsters once were down to like, I don't know, the word's not like poverty levels, but it's like
not quite endangerment levels, but
it's not in danger. It's just it's such a significantly short
it's caused
portion
scarcity. Same thing with crabs.
Many of the historical accounts of how to get a lobster feel like legends.
Yeah.
Feel like that can't be right. What do you mean you could just walk out onto the beach and get a big fat lobster to take home?
Makes me wonder if we'll start.
There's pictures.
Like, is there, as we cycle through time, stuff like that for deer? That your deer populations in a lot of places, and that
it could happen. Yep.
That deer is a perfectly serviceable type of meat. It's something that not a lot of folks usually will have as part of their diet, but it can be obtained very easily, and especially in certain parts of the country.
There are actually some, I wish I was joking, farms that raise deer for the sole purpose of slaughter to sell venison to the market.
Yeah, I expect
everything in America can be made into a market.
I'm very much of the opinion that there's a balance to all things, and that, yes, it is practical and normal, and I think that it is good that there is a non-zero amount of deer farming, of fish farming, of lobster farming, what have you, and that the problem is when things cycle and left unchecked. Yeah,
overhunted, overfished.
As people are regrettably want to do.
It's a lot of the stuff I had to learn throughout college was how to identify like fishery statistics and stuff. And basically since the 70s, the US has always been on like, how do you want to call it? Like starvation fishing, if I could call it that. It basically just means that they fish literally as much as they can so that it can recover to the previous year so they can fish the same amount again the next year.
Yeah.
And it constantly keeps the fish population extremely low, well, just enough to constantly fill the pockets of the market.
Yeah.
Even though most of the fish that the U.S. catches and or grows is not actually eaten by Americans. Most of America's seafood is exported.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's just, like, all the recent political hubbub of trade and export and import ratios aside, of just like, it's a good thing that, cool, we're able to, get these fish to areas that don't have the fish natively, because invasive species are a whole other problem. And I'm sure that having done marine biology, all of that jazz, and just like, cool, it's good that, trade and import and export is a thing that should happen. And that's great that we have technology and freezing and communications to a point where we can do that. It's wonderful. It means that we get to have food that we can't get here in the States.
It's good, it's wonderful, and it's a little waste, but it typically turns into like those imports and exports. Like if you have an imported fish here in the US, that is a massive slapped on price tag already. If you get American salmon in like Norway, that's still going to be really expensive.
Yeah, and that, as with fishing, that, unfortunately things sometimes left unchecked, unbalanced, yada yada. We try for balance and
things. It's the usual thing when it comes to getting import fish is technically its own luxury good. Random fun fact, did you know tilapia is actually Egyptian?
Did not know that.
The ancient Egyptians used to farm raised tilapia.
Wow. Do you have a favorite fish when it comes to cuisine?
Ooh.
And I will broaden this to marine life. So, if it is
eel,
lobster, ooh, good choice. Good choice, very good choice.
Last night I went and got a eel rice bowl because there's only a single restaurant in my entire city that has it. That has like eel bowls available. I live in a very crumb city. Do you know those goofy, like bougie, like fancy restaurant bowls that have like the massive brim, the tiny bowl? It came in that.
Oh yeah.
Like 3 inches of like bowl rim, and then the bowl itself, like I could fit in one hand.
Yeah.
So disappointed. I was so disappointed. $16 for a handful of rice and eel.
There's a Japanese grocery store near where I live, and that every time I go, I will usually get 2 things of pre-prepared eel, and that it is the full eel for about $15.
Is it the pre-grilled ones?
Yeah, it's the pre-grilled ones that I will fully admit I am not fancy or skilled enough to go through the prep
that's
process.
not that unusual. Most places that like sell those like unagi, they pre-grill them because all you have to do when you take it home is like sauce it and heat it.
Yeah, well, the ones I get even come with sauce that all I need to do is sous vide. I literally just, I put the thing in the pot of boiling water, open the bag.
The pack. Okay.
But it's a full big thing, prepared, seasoned, sauced, and that, that's effectively 3 giant servings of it for $15.
It's one of those whole fillets.
Yeah, and that
I say fillet, but it's more like an opened up eel.
Yeah.
My town used to have a Asian grocery store. There's none now. It closed whenever I lived out of state for a couple years, and when I moved back, it was gone. There is no Asian supermarket here.
That has spoiled me to the point where I don't go to restaurant and order eel because I just look and say I'm paying for one serving here less than a third of what I can. Just, because then it's super easy. I make rice and just literally throw it over the rice and had that. I think 2-3 nights ago for dinner.
It's so good. I remember the first time I took somebody there and I had like ordered at a restaurant and like gotten an eel bowl, not the same restaurant, different restaurant. And they looked at me whenever it came and they're like, "You're going to eat that?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I am, dude."
Eel is definitely up there of things that I suggest to folks of if you have not tried it, try it.
I always called it like fish butter. It's the weirdest way I could describe it. It's so soft, it's so delicious, and it just like melts into the rice.
It is a very unique flavor, and especially if you have it with Japanese eel sauce that my aunt and uncle were actually going to be going to Japan recently and emailed me because they knew that I had gone, and I said, just find an eel restaurant that they will range, especially in Japan, that some of them are going to be the 5-star, super expensive. You're paying $100 for a plate. Or you can find some hole in the wall where it might be 10 to 15. Yeah, like not that much. And I said, you don't need to get the high end one. That there is good, amazing, and absurd level in Japan, but I genuinely do not think that, statistical outliers aside, there's not bad eel in Japan.
That is apparently due to the abundance of like those eel restaurants and stuff. Unagi, I can't remember if unagi itself is I think it's the freshwater. Japanese eel. It's the freshwater eel. Okay, unagi is the freshwater eel. There's the saltwater eel that some places are switching to just because the saltwater eel is farmable. And it's much more abundant. I think the saltwater eel is it unago?
Yeah, I don't think I've actually had the saltwater, but now I kind of want to. But that I always suggest that because it's just not a flavor profile that you
not
get.
Unago, it's anago.
Oh, yeah. But it's just you don't get other fish that really taste like that, and especially in the U.S., it's just very different. So if you like fish, definitely recommend that.
Always try eel. Always try new foods.
Yeah.
One bite is not enough. At least 2.
Yes.
At least 2. The body always panics on the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that after eating octopus salad.
Oh.
You know how like some like Chinese buffets have like those little octopus salads and they have like a bunch of tiny octopus in them?
Yeah.
I was too panicked when I ate the first one and I was like, okay, maybe that wasn't so bad. I'll try again.
Mm-hmm.
And then I enjoyed it and I was like,
yeah.
Maybe I'm just a baby back bitch when it comes to food. Maybe I need to try things more.
I will try anything once as long as I have the reasonable assurance that it won't harm me. And
I always live under the mentality that like somebody eats this somewhere. Yeah, that's just good enough for me.
Has this restaurant been in business for more than 2 weeks? If so, I can reasonably assume that everything on this menu is safe.
Everything?
If, like I said, if they've been open for 2 weeks, I assume that statistically they probably would have messed up by now.
Probably. Or at least like the health code people would have come in.
Yeah.
3 out of 5 stars is the good place. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That when I went
5 stars is for tourists.
So, funny you should mention that. Like I mentioned, I went to Japan for the first time recently, and that I did use Google Maps when searching for a lot of different places. I did check reviews, and mostly just to make sure, all right, I don't want to go to like a really bad place. But that sometimes I would just walk around aimlessly and stop at a place that I thought looked nice. And I had...
I'm that kind of person too.
When I went to Osaka specifically, I went to the Dotonbori area, which is, big, really crowded, like, think almost Times Square-esque. And I had 3 rules of what I would look for in a restaurant. The first was that it couldn't be on the actual main street. It had to be minimum 2 blocks off.
Hell yeah.
2, it did need to have an English menu, because I did use Google Translate a fair bit, but that was my indicator of if they have an English menu, they're probably not going to be outright rude to foreign patrons.
Yes.
Because there are some restaurants in Japan that just, understandably,
there's apparently a lot of foreigner racism in Japan, to the point where like there are literally restaurants that just ban foreigners altogether.
Well, I don't even think it's a racism thing. I think it is a combination of practicality and
can't accommodate.
Just can't accommodate, of just either one, all right, we're a really, really busy place, and that we have...
It could also be that they also like had a bad experience. I know I've heard some
certainly
stories of foreigners going to places and...
Yeah. No, but I think for the most part, it's a combination of, all right, we know we will get enough business from the locals regardless, that we do not need foreign patrons to make sure that we hit our numbers, and that in not catering to foreign patrons, we know that we don't need to worry about if our staff speaks English, and just, it does remove a lot of headaches.
Yes.
And, food service industry, doesn't matter what country it's in, is always going to be difficult, and that...
It's always going to be complicated, yeah.
And I don't begrudge them for saying, we just don't want to have to deal with that as something layered on top of everything else involved in running our restaurant.
That makes sense. I want to go try what is that? There's like a fast food place that's like a beef bowl place. It's a chain.
Oh,
in Japan. I know it's basically like the equivalent of McDonald's there, but they have like obscene sizes of gyudon, and I just want to try it. I want a place where I can, like, their whole thing is fucking gyudon, and I can just get an obscene portion of it. Because every place in the US does not give me like a big enough portion.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will order from a place that actually has like good gyudon and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's good. It could be big. It could be pretty filling. But every time I finish, I'm always like, want more? I need like an order and a half of this. I need like an order and a half of this.
Mm-hmm. So, but the stipulation was they had to have an English menu, but could not have a sign that said foreigners welcome. That I didn't want one that was pandering to foreigners, or one that was going to, because that's more likely to be a tourist trap type of thing. One that's just
gotcha.
we've got an English menu if you want it type of thing. That slight difference I felt was important. And the third and the biggest absolute rule, they could not have best or number 1 anywhere on their signage. If I see like Osaka number 1, something, nope, not going there. If you have to say that you're number 1, you're not number 1.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that was the only thing that I needed, just not on the main drag, English, but not foreigners welcome, and no number 1. And I was able to find...
That's a pretty good policy. That's how you find some good places.
4 or 5 places. Every place I went was great. And I'm
Especially
sure that...
with what some of like the streets in Japan are like.
Yeah. Oh my,
like you could find so many different things just tucked away.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there were plenty of not bad restaurants that I disqualified with these little requirements of mine. But I do think that it increased my odds of making sure that the places I went were good, and that it is something that if and when I go again, I'm going to use pretty much the same system, and I've recommended it to others because I don't think it's not an absurd set of stipulations. Yeah.
Yeah. An authentic touch.
Yeah.
And it takes you far enough away from the main drag that you also kind of lose some of the noise.
Oh, exactly.
Granted, I do very much want to go to, I forget what those things are called. Those like long hallway markets that will often have like
Yeah.
food stands and stuff in it. I'm very much a food stand kind of person. I always want to try like every food anytime I go to a food fair or something.
Yeah. And just Dotonbori and Osaka, the drop off of traffic from on the main drag to 2 blocks off it's mind boggling. It almost feels like you entered a new zone in a video game of packed, shoulder to shoulder, not a lot of space to move around to there's maybe a dozen people on the street. It's not abandoned. It doesn't seem like creepy, but it's just so clear that
it's quieter. It's smaller.
Yeah. And that if a place is having to pay rent still 2 blocks off the main drag in Osaka and has stayed in business for any substantial amount of time, they're probably good.
Yeah. I want to go someday. I want to go someday really bad. I have a couple friends that live over there now.
Yeah, because I'd been meaning to go for ages and ages, and finally this past winter actually was able to make the time. And it was a solo trip for 2 weeks, and it was really cool. I would want to go with friends next time, but I'm glad I had that first one solo.
I'll probably try to go because I finally finished 2.0 and all that jazz. And after the move, I should be able to start maybe someday having a vacation. I haven't had a vacation since like 2018, if not earlier.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I did have a weekend for my birthday to go to New Orleans on my like 2019, summer of 2019. That's what it was.
Well, I hope you're able to make the time.
I almost said my birthday year and like how old I was turning. This is a while ago. But yeah, I went there, but I went by myself. Every friend I invited said they didn't want to go. So I went and celebrated my birthday in New Orleans by myself.
Any particular...
Granted, I mean, I got to get up at 5 a.m. to go get beignets at the most popular place in the city. And no one was there. No one was there. It was me, one dude with a newspaper, and like 2 ladies, I guess, like either bored with their shift or like their shift hadn't started yet. They were in uniform for the place, but they were just chatting with each other and giggling.
Yeah.
But it was so nice. It was so nice. Especially because this place it's like one of those places that like if you go past like 10 a.m., it's out the fucking door, down the block, across the street, and down the sidewalk, and it's like, I ain't going in there.
Yeah, forget that. Any other foods that you made a point to have while you were there? Because you mentioned to me that you're a foodie, so even if it wasn't in New Orleans, any particular meals, whether they be regional or just something that you love to make?
I didn't really love Cajun food. I had a problem while I was there that I was fairly young. So I got to my hotel after I'd like already paid for it and everything. And I thought I had like a decent chunk of budget for my birthday to spend. But I get there and they're like, oh, you're not old enough to rent this by yourself. So that's going to be I think it was like another like $400 deposit on a $200 room.
Oh no.
And that took like the majority of my money. So I then had like $200 for the rest of the weekend.
Oh my gosh.
I got that deposit back later.
But did you don't have
because I
the trip?
didn't break anything. But that was like all of my budget for the weekend. And I was like, I got like a hand grenade at the Isle of Capri's, or the Tropical Isles, that's what they're called. I got like a po' boy at one of the shops. I wanted to go to the Absinthe House, but I didn't end up getting to go because it had a door cost and a drink cost, and I wasn't willing to pay all that.
Yeah.
And so like most of what I did was like wandering, seeing the sights, checking out the history. I went to the Death Museum at one point, but they kicked me out because they were like, we're closing early. And I was like, oh, okay. And then a storm happened and I got to watch the streets flood.
Well, that explains why they closed
standing
early.
On the street and watching a sewer cap just go.
Yeah, as you were explaining, I was like, wait, they just decided to close early? Why the heck? Storm.
It was a storm. It was a storm coming.
Understandable.
Yeah. I was like, why are they closing? They're like, we just got to go. And I was like, oh, okay. And as I started like walking back down the road, it started pouring. I wish I had the picture of one thing I saw while I was there. You know how whenever people are like selling locations, they'll have like a for sale sign, and then whatever like extra bonuses have like an extra plaque like hanging from it or on top of it.
Yeah.
I wish I had this picture. There was an apartment for sale next to like a curiosity shop, and the sign for it was hanging from the balcony, not the balcony, the like awning of the building.
Was
and
it
the plaque that was hanging down
like
from it,
vertical or
yes,
horizontal?
The sign hanging from it said haunted. And I was like, I looked at it, I took a picture of it. And I for the longest time I had it. Long story short, my phone went into a river in my pocket.
Oh.
So I lost that picture. But I remember, I think I looked up the apartment too while I was like standing right there, and it was like $700 a month. And I was like, might be worth it.
I don't know.
It's a historical
ghosty
apartment
roommates
on like, I think it's on like
that rent,
Rural
not
Street.
so bad.
Listen, it's fine. I don't believe in ghosts. We're about to find out. This is what I was thinking.
Does it pass building code? I don't care what the Ghostbusters say. What does the fire marshal say?
They were actually doing construction, like on a part of like the main structure of the whole building that was there. Because this was in, of course, New Orleans in the French Quarter. So it was like all the buildings are like side by side. Right now, I can't remember if it was like maybe the apartment itself was also being renovated or if it was just a different section of the building.
Yeah. Well,
but I remember seeing it, and like it was like a 2-story with like an open like living room kitchen on the first floor, and then a like turn staircase that would go up into like a bedroom loft. And of course, it was mostly like wooden and stuff because the building itself was brick and the floors and everything inside these buildings were wood.
Yeah.
And I was like looking at it, and I was like, oh shit, that may be worth it, dude. That may be worth it. But I was so in college
I was
at
almost
the time,
worried.
so
I thought you were going to say it said it was haunted and that it was a markup because it was a feature, not a bug.
I think it's a feature, but I think to the most average like homeowners or renters,
I guess.
Especially people that believe in ghosts, haunted is a down thing.
Yeah.
It was just very interesting to see that there was like an actual one of those
haunted
like plaque
sign
things
like
attached to
like
it.
real estate
like
agency haunted sign. I've never
Orleans.
seen that. Yeah.
Like I'm just imagining the realtor being like, all right, what do we have characteristics for this new apartment we're showcasing? Is it haunted? No. Okay, throw that away. Does it have ghouls? No. Okay. Has it ever been occupied by a vampire? No. Okay, we don't need that one.
Did anybody die here in the past decade?
Yeah. Okay, we got our murder plaque.
Cool. Great. Love it. Don't get that one out often enough.
Okay. Has it ever been owned by a musician? Jazz or
it's New
Zydeco?
Orleans. It's New Orleans. Every place has been owned by a musician.
It was technically, it was on the street where there's like a bunch of, it was on Royal Street. So there was like a bunch of art studios and stuff. It was either on the same block or on the next block over. I mean, like just down a little bit on the street where there was like, I remember seeing a whole bunch of artist studios where the people were like displaying their art and everything. And then if you caught them at the right time, the artist would be there working on their paintings. It was a very cool section. It was probably one of my favorite sections of the United States that I've ever been to, that I've been like, I just love the energy, the architecture, the historicity of like the whole quarter. There was even a point when I graduated, I was actually looking to move there, and I actually found a really cool apartment, a 3rd-story apartment that I wanted, that was literally across the street from the most haunted location in New Orleans.
What qualifies it as the most haunted location? It
was the Lalaurie Mansion, the home of a notorious wealthy woman who, I'm trying to remember if it was after or technically while slavery was still legal in the United States, had black servants. And she wasn't known at the time, but when a fire was lit inside her house and it began to burn down, after the fire was put out and they went into the house, they found a space in the attic where she had locked all of her servants to the wall with manacles and chains, and they had burned alive.
Oh.
There was evidence of abuse and general, like, it came out for quite a while that she was essentially a monster.
Well, shit.
There was apparently even one point, one of the story, the like daughters of one of the servants apparently backsassed her, and she chased the girl onto the roof of the mansion, and then chased her until the girl felt like the only thing that she could do was just jump off the roof.
I don't believe in ghosts, but that's a very compelling setup for those that do believe in ghosts.
Yeah, there's also some people that think that like Lalaurie was a witch because she was apparently prone to visiting like voodoo doctors in the quarter and stuff. So some people like say that maybe she was like torturing them for like power or something like that. That's a certain type of people. I don't know about that, but it was across the street and overlooked the mansion. It had like a balcony to itself. And I was like, oh, I want this apartment so bad. I want it so bad. And I was trying to save up for like all of the deposits and everything for it because I could afford the monthly. But by the time I had it ready, it was sold. And I was
Ah,
it was also a what do they call it? Not a 1-bedroom,
studio.
yes, it was technically a studio.
Hmm.
It was an old New Orleans mansion that had been like sectioned off into several different apartments decades before. And I was like, it was quite nice. I was like, do I want a studio though? I kind of want to have my own bedroom. And then by the time I had the money and the gumption for it, it was gone. I was like, well, shit.
Ah, darn.
It was a very cool apartment. Old, if not anything else.
Do you have a particular comfort food? Doesn't necessarily need to be something that was made for you growing up, but just something that, you know, is not necessarily even something you want to have every day of the week, but just very reliable, whether you know that you can make it well or you know where you can get it done well, something that just is just very enjoyable for you.
I always have a thing for like rice dishes. Not in the case of the eel rice bowl, but something that like a curry or like etouffee or something that is kind of a soup or stew that I can throw like a bunch of rice in and mix it up and it becomes like homogenous and I can just eat it with a spoon.
That's actually me in a lot of ways.
I'm somewhat of a texture eater, so like weirdly enough, one of my favorite things to do is just have a meal that's like roughly completely homogenous in a bowl that I can eat with a spoon while I'm doing something or watching something. So I don't think I have like a specific food. It's just generally that kind of texture. It could be etouffee and rice. It could be various kinds of like Indian curries and rice, Thai curries. There's a Thai curry place here I quite like.
Which type of Thai curry do you enjoy?
Green curry, the ones usually with like eggplants with fried tofu in it.
Yellow is my go-to.
I haven't had yellow. This one only has Penang and green. Unfortunately, I have not had the chance. I do. My grocery store now has yellow like curry paste, but I've only gotten the green before and tried to make it myself. Very different. It's very different. Strong.
I usually make a lot of rice dishes, but I think it comes from a place of laziness, frankly. I'm a very lazy cook. That it is very easy to have bowl of rice plus protein plus vegetable plus sauce.
Oh, exactly.
And there you go. That's a good meal, and that's probably going to be dinner and enough left over for a late night snack or breakfast.
It's also technically really good for you.
And
that's a good policy. A starch, a vegetable, and a protein is like where it starts and ends.
It's
if
simple.
You're trying to be better for yourself.
And like I said, I'm very lazy, and it's usually just going to be all right. It's a bag of frozen vegetables, throw in the microwave for however long it takes to defrost, and it's peas and carrots or it's broccoli or whatever, and that sometimes it will be the cheap cut of beef, and then sliced up into small bite-sized things, and whether it's just the steak juices or some type of seasoning thrown on there, or curry and lazy poor man's chicken katsu curry. All right, I have the curry sauce, I have the rice, and I microwave chicken nuggets and cut them up, and that's all that. I know it's sacrilegious to say that that is analogous to proper katsu. I know it's not, but
it's not. It's in it in like spirit.
Yeah,
I
that
suppose.
It's breaded chicken cutlet of a sort.
I think it's one of those things that when it comes to katsu, though, once you have like the genuine stuff with like the extra crispy,
yeah,
it's like that's it. That's all I can have. Like here, katsu chicken is served in a lot of different like various Asian restaurants, from like sushi places to Korean places to Japanese places, and the chicken cutlet is always so sad.
Yeah,
it's so flat and just depressing every time, and I'm like, no. There's no place that does pork. No place does pork katsu here.
Now that I think about it, there's not one near me either. I know where I can get good chicken katsu near me. But I don't know of any actually offhand that do pork katsu. You're right. Huh.
Which is funny because apparently in like Japan, like pork katsu is where you'll get like the big like cuts in certain places. There's some places that like that's their gimmick, is having like huge pork katsu cuts over rice.
Oh, yeah. Oh dear, this is getting me hungry. This is a terrible idea.
Listen, it happens. It happens every time with one of my streams. It devolves into food, and we all get hungry, and it's all like, time to go. Who knows?
Well, one thing that I know I do want to make sure to discuss with you that I've sort of been bearing this the whole time. I feel like you and I need to spend at least a couple minutes evangelizing and spreading the good word of Kirby Air Ride.
Talking about one of our favorite games of all time, and a game that not nearly enough people know.
But hopefully soon more will know thanks to Kirby Air Riders.
Praise be to Kirby Air Ride.
Yes,
praise be to the successor, Kirby Air Riders.
It just, I'm not sure. For me, at the very least, Kirby Air Ride is just City Trial. That, you know, the top ride is whatever, and the normal Air Ride mode, fine. It's all about City Trial. Always has been.
It's City Trial, and you only do the races because it's a challenge at the end of City Trial.
Yep.
And it was, oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I want to know what Air Rider City Trial is going to be like. There's no way they skimp it. There's no way they skimp it.
They have to know that that is the game. That if they try to make Mario Kart, if they try to do Sega Racers, it's going to fail. Because goodness knows, racing game fans are eating good this year. Between
for sure.
Mario Kart, Sega, Kirby Air Riders coming out, and there's a couple others.
I think Kirby Air Riders is until 2026.
No, they said it's this year. I don't think they've given an exact date, but they said this year.
They only gave a teaser. Oh, that's so unusual. I could have sworn it's 2026.
Now I need to double check. But it's supposed to be pretty soon, relatively speaking. That
it could end up being a Christmas game.
I could see that. And they have to know that it's all about City Trial. And for it being this long, and with Sakurai helming it, obviously nothing is assured. I am pretty optimistic, and I'm just imagining that, you know, it's been 15 years, and there's so much more that they can do.
I hope we get multiple maps.
Yeah, that was going to be the thing that I said.
Do it justice.
It's exactly where my mind went. Will there be multiple cities? And that, you know, goodness knows, even if it's only one city, that the fact that the original was able to make so much with just that one city, I cannot tell you the number of times, because the most that you can make around was 7 minutes. You couldn't make it, you know, 10 minutes or longer or anything.
Wasn't there an unlimited version that you could do?
There was a free roam version, but you would never find any ships. You would never find any patches. You would never have random events. You would just be able to roam the city. But
that was me and my brother and my cousins used to play that, and I wish I was joking. We would role play in that game mode.
That's incredible.
We were pretty little. We had Kirby Air Ride so long, and every time my cousins would come over, we would play together over probably like a grand total of a decade.
Oh, wow.
From like childhood through like part of teenage years. And it was so nice.
Most of it for my friends and I was just, you could have the rounds be as short as 3 minutes. The standard was 5, highest was 7. It would always be just 7-minute rounds. And then the challenge, which, you know, end to end would be probably about 8 to 10 minutes, depending. And it was just go again, because it was so iterative.
Next!
I guess for anybody in chat who does not know what Kirby Air Ride and City Trial is, basically you start off with a very weak ship that, you know, it's a ship, it's fine.
You start with a little fat star.
Yep. And that you can find little symbols, little patches that will upgrade any of like a dozen different stats. So it could be your turn, your charge, your boost, your top speed, your weight.
Stop, braking.
Yeah.
Weights. Oh god, the weights. It was always funny being like, I'm gonna get speed for this, and then the combat you got, it would be like you needed weight, and it's like, oh.
Yeah. And that you would then find other ships that would have different base stats and different specialties, and then at the end of the round there would be a random challenge, and it could be a 1-lap race, it could be who can fly the farthest, it can be a destruction derby, and amidst all that, there would be different. There's
even one where you were supposed to beat King Dedede.
That one was always
got the last hit on him was the winner.
Yeah. But then there were different events. So meteors could just fall from the sky, and oh boy, you need to avoid that and hope that your ship doesn't get destroyed. Rail
Alien
stations.
ship could come around.
Mm-hmm.
There were some mundane ones that was like boxes will spin. Oh no, the boxes would spin when items were bouncy.
Yeah, and then they'd be bouncy.
And the music would
you
change.
So you would be trying to get this item, and it would be, oh, it bounced at the wrong time, so I just went under it. Now I need to turn around and get it back. Or there are some fake ones, so some of the items would look a little bit off, and if you picked one of them up, you would actually get a negative to a different stat. And it was just so fun. It in actual practice is not that complex, but it was such a greater than its sum of its parts game mode that for years I thought that they would make a sequel, because it was done by HAL Laboratories, the same one that made Super Smash Brothers, and that the overall format and even the way that they had the different modes was very reminiscent of Smash. That there was 12 original stages, same for Smash. The multiplayer mode is where everyone's really playing, and it felt like Kirby Air Ride Melee could easily be a thing, and it didn't sell poorly, but
I think it was more of a cult classic.
Yeah, and that goodness knows Smash had become such a hit. That's where HAL was going to put all of their efforts, really.
Nintendo demanded that's where they put their efforts.
Yeah. And
I'm curious, though. What was your favorite star? Out of
Swerve
the vehicles
Star.
that you could get. Huh?
Swerve Star, the one that was the gold diamond that had no turn. You had to brake to turn.
Oh.
But that it was...
Really?
It could stop on a dime, turn on a dime, and that as soon as you let go, that you would hit top speed effectively
max
instantly.
speed, yep.
Yeah.
I was a bird star enjoyer.
Okay, yeah. The other thing about Kirby Air Ride that's so cool is that it is a two-control game. It is the control stick and the A button. L and R could act as substitutes, but it was...
Your vehicle goes by default. A was how you would do drifting turns and or stops.
Yeah, and I think that should be standard in all racing games. I think the fact that you still have to hold A in any racing game is silly.
Yep. I agree.
And
I think
it was just so easy, so fun. And it was one of those things that I had assumed some years ago that Kirby Air Ride 2 would never happen, that it was always the pipe dream that I would bring up during this show with folks of just, hey, is there anything, if you could, approve any game, what do you want to see a sequel of? And my answer to that.
Yeah, I remember you asked
Kirby
that, and I was like, Kirby Air Ride. You're like, we're gonna be best friends.
Yeah. And seeing that announced was just, I teared up a bit during that Nintendo Direct. I was so just beside myself.
I can't remember if I saw it. I mentioned whenever we talked about it before that it was like, I freaked out when I saw the jets, but now I can't remember if I was watching the, what was it, the Nintendo Direct, and it came up and I heard the Kirby noise, or if somebody mentioned it in chat and I just didn't fucking believe them. I was like, you're fucking lying to me, dude. And then I found it later and I was like,
it was definitely like, I was certainly beyond the point of even thing to wish for. Everyone going into Nintendo Direct says, oh, what are you hoping for? What do you think's going to be announced? If you had told me...
New Zelda game, new Pokemon game. Kirby Air Ride, what?
Yeah, if you told me Kirby Air Ride was going to be there, I would say that's a stupid online rumor. Someone's pretending to have leaked it. They don't know what they're doing. It's not going to be Kirby Air Ride. Couldn't
It's a fake leak.
Yeah. And
Kirby Air Ride's been dead for 20 years.
I don't like it, but I accept it. And...
I have a video somewhere of me playing Cyberpunk, and there was a glitch in the game while we were doing a mission. For some reason, some stray box had gotten flipped over and was just spinning in a circle.
Kirby Air Ride flashbacks.
And there's a moment in the gameplay where I just walked up to it and I stared at it. Just stared at it for the longest time. And chat couldn't see it, but in my head was the fucking spinning music fucking thing. And I was like, oh my God. And then I go, chat, I need you to clip that for me. And I went and edited a clip of it where I just put in Kirby on a star. The song playing and Kirby on a star scampering across the bottom of the screen.
I need that clip, Marin. Please send that to me later.
Let me see if I can find it. I know it's on TikTok for sure. I know I uploaded it to TikTok. Oh god. Oh god, TikTok's fucked.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's bugged.
No.
Some of the videos aren't loading.
Oh no!
Some of my own videos aren't loading, and when I click them... Okay, hold on. Here's...
I'm looking up release date for Air Riders while you're on that to see if they've said... Yeah, it does say this year. It has said 2025, no exact date. Oh.
I found it. I found it.
When I was searching for Kirby Air Riders, a couple different web results come up, and one thing that was there is somebody saying, what if they put in other characters? Because Kirby Air Ride only has Kirby.
True.
That there's no Waddle Dee.
Oh no, couldn't you play Meta Knight?
Yes, that's right. You could unlock Meta Knight.
You could play Meta Knight, and it basically functioned like Kirby, but he had the sword power
had
always.
the sword by default. But that was like a late game unlock. You couldn't have it in City Trial. It was just an option.
Yeah, you couldn't do that.
And like I said, if it wasn't City Trial,
oh no,
basically
you didn't
exist.
ride on a star. You flew around. That's what it was.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Didn't you fly around as Meta Knight?
Yeah, because Meta Knight just was able to glide on his own and more or less had probably about the stats of the Wingstar, come to think of it.
I think you're right. I think he stopped better though. I think he was really good. I think he could stop pretty fucking fast.
Actually, yeah, but it.
I don't remember for sure. I felt bad when I used him. I felt like I was cheating and like losing half the fun to being forced to always use sword.
But it does sort of beg the question of, could you have Waddle Dees? Could you have other characters? Could you make DDD playable? My initial reaction to that is, cool, if they want to do that, that's fine. I'm not going to have a problem if it's just Kirby's again. I'm not going to have a problem if they don't include Meta Knight.
I'm not going to complain that much.
Yeah,
I'm curious if they're going to add that. Do you remember that other mini racing game that was top down?
Yeah, the Top Ride.
Top Ride, that's what it was. I don't think they're going to remake that.
Not really. It wasn't super compelling. I don't think that it was fine.
I didn't really enjoy it that much. I did not play it that much. I wouldn't doubt if there was like unlockables I never got as a kid through that, but
right now I need to figure out if
like
there's
a handful of
times. Can I download this video or should I just share the because I can just sort of share the window.
Which one?
The video that you just sent.
You can show it if you want by pulling it up like through the website, or if you can just look at it yourself whenever you have time.
Yeah, I'll probably just do that. But yeah,
that's a goofy old clip from when I played Cyberpunk a long time ago, and that was when I was still learning editing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crumb, but it's goofy.
Do you still do a lot of your own editing now?
I have not done a lot of editing recently. I had a bug back before I debuted where, for whatever reason, everything I put into my DaVinci Resolve ended up corrupted.
Oh no!
Like, I even tried to just at one point snip down a like clip from a YouTube video I wanted. 12 seconds. It was literally cut down to 12 seconds. And when I rendered it and got it out, there's just these stray sections in it that just gives the pop-up media offline, even though it's one whole clip. And I can't figure out why. It did this. I edited like 2 different trailers for my 2.0 debut, and I ended up just having to do a PNG poster.
Oh,
because
no.
all the trailers I did kept having just flickering of saying media offline, and I could not figure out why.
And I'm guessing you tried the, uninstall, reinstall,
I tried everything.
All that
I tried updating to a newer version of DaVinci Resolve. I tried, one of the things when I looked it up was like, people were like, try to go to the files and make sure they're like still connected properly from the video program to where they're like located in their files. Did that, still had the same problem. And I was so devastated at that. I have not been back to my editing software in a long time. I've been neglecting shorts and stuff.
I'd say just get a different software if DaVinci has abandoned you.
It's my favorite. and I paid for it. I did pay for DaVinci.
That's the worst.
It's a one-time payment, so like it's better than what is it? Not Sony Vegas.
Adobe,
yeah.
Yeah.
Adobe Premiere, that's what it is.
Yeah. hopefully you're able to get
That's
that
the
figured out
nightmare.
at some point. Yeah. I only do one editing thing a year, and that's for my annual charity marathon trailer, and that's very basic. But yeah. Oh, that's right. Before I let you go, there was one other sort of winding back. You mentioned a series to me that you loved, and I wanted to give you a chance to sell me on it a bit more, and that was Jungle Juice, which you said is your favorite manhwa. So we're kind of wrapping all the way back to the start here.
All the way back to the manhwas. Oh no, Jungle Juice. Oh my goodness. And I had mentioned it to you before. Jungle Juice is essentially a story primarily from beginning with the protagonist of a gentleman who's like has a girlfriend. They're like getting close. And he buys a bug spray, and a dragonfly finds its way into his he's a cheap student. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure he's living in like a basement apartment at the time, something like that. The dragonfly comes in and he sprays it down with this bug spray. Turns out this bug spray was a placed product from a syndicate of people essentially trying to create something that they call insect humans. So when he sprayed this dragonfly, it not only killed the dragonfly, but dissipated it into the air that he then like breathed in and knocked him out and fused him with the dragonfly. So eventually he grows like dragonfly wings. It becomes like this whole humanitarian thing. His girlfriend like thinks he's a monster, even though he saves her from falling off of a crumbling building. And he goes off and finds out that there is what is effectively a college full of these insect humans that are trying to like work their way and like protect the world from these like powers and the things that have happened to people because of Jungle Juice. I don't want to spoil too much going into the plot for that part, but the designs are crazy good. The art is crazy good. The main character is very mundane when it comes to his like bug transformation. He just has like dragonfly wings, which is very boring compared to a lot of other people. There's some you see in there. There's like a giant moth lady. And when I say giant, I mean like 30 feet tall.
She's just outright Mothra.
She's huge. And when you meet her, one of her big things is that she's carrying a nuke of Jungle Juice. But that's for later. Yeah, don't think about that. And then there's like a giant spider lady. One of the earliest bad guys is they nickname him Gigantia because he's been fused with the giant centipede, a species of giant centipede, and he's absolutely gigantic and seemingly indestructible. But it comes down to like the whole story is basically just a argument for like what makes someone human. Are we the monsters? Are they the monsters? All these other questions. It's just one of my favorite like art and design directed manhwa I've ever read. It's quite long currently, so you do have a lot of catching up to if anybody wants to get into it. And it just gets better the longer it goes on. The designs I listed are not the only ones. There are so many background designs that I've seen throughout this series that are just like, oh my god, that's so good. I wonder who that is. And they're just a one-off background character. Just gone. Just seen once and gone.
Sounds like something that's ripe for being made into an anime, but that would potentially be very long. But it also sounds like it has the shonen tropes that it would still be very successful, I think.
Yeah, into that. It's also though it kind of does drag itself out a little bit at times. So a single anime would make sense if it took up like 3 chapters of the manhwa. Because sometimes it can be a little long-winded. A lot of the fights are like paged out across several panels. So you do get to see like a lot of the steps of a fight. Although they do make the mistake sometimes because a lot of the insects' powers are like they're super fast or they do certain things really fast. And so they'll be like, oh my god, he was so fast, I didn't even see him do that. And then it does like a snapback to what the guy did.
Yeah.
So then you now have like a chunk of that particular chapter that's just past things. Oh, it is also basically entomology, the manhwa. You shockingly learn a lot of facts about actual insects.
I always appreciate when a very clearly fantasy series draws a lot of its inspiration from IRL nature or science, and even if you extrapolate into highly unrealistic things from it, that you take chunks of real knowledge and science as sort of pseudo-educational.
It's always fun too, because they'll introduce somebody who's new, or somebody will show up and have like a power from a certain insect. They'll call it like a power, and then sometimes there's transformations and stuff. And they'll have like this cutaway where they'll like explain the bug and how they'll expedite or go into exposition about how like the complex, yes, their complexes is what they call their basically powers they derive from these bug traits that they have. But I always thought it was really cool. Again, the art is crazy good. It's highly detailed. It's still funny. It's very enjoyable. It's very much like a college age manhwa. Because I think it does a decent job of what it was like when I was in college at certain points. These like humanizing moments where like, yeah, these people are infected, have become like part bug. But they're still college age people. They're still drinking and partying and having a good time and trying to do their best and trying to return to their normal life. But as it goes on, you find out that more than likely there is no return to normal life ever. But it's a very fun series. It's a very fun series. I'm not going to spoil what I mean by that because it's not exactly the way I said it, but it's fun.
It sounds like it has a lot of the sort of classic shonen battle power fantasy scaling type of elements about it. But
it does.
There's also a bit of almost X-Men theming in, they're mutants in a sense. And the concept of what is human and what is normal and being able to go that.
It's very much like the X-Men in the case that like, don't forget the gore. Yeah, there's quite a bit of gore.
Bug guts.
You brought up the X-Men, and it reminded me that technically, yes, there is a counterpart to this like university of insect humans. There's an entire other like insect side that has like found out and like knows how to produce the jungle juice, and they're the ones that have been spreading this jungle juice. You
mentioned that one of them had a jungle juice nuke, and it was like, oh, okay, so they
yeah, that's that group. That's that group. But they also have something that they call I was gonna say like consummation, but it's not. It's consuming. They found out that if you feed insect humans to other insect humans, it causes them to mutate further and drive them crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, feed training.
So
it does the thing.
Okay, that's interesting, because I would have expected it to be they are seeking to consume because by consuming others they gain more power.
That's pretty much what it is. That's what like Gigantia is at the beginning. Is he's like the first feeder that they
but
like.
You say they also go crazy.
And that's why he's so big and so mutated. What'd you say?
But you said they also go crazy.
Yes, he's like batshit.
Because then it could be
I'm trying to remember how they control him, but I think it's through hallucinations. Because I think the boss can create hallucinations, but I don't remember for sure.
Ah, okay.
He's the villain from a long time ago. But it's, again, very enjoyable series. It does have very similar tie-ins, you could say, to like X-Men.
Yeah, and then almost in some ways elements of My Hero Academia, where you have I credit MHA to just they have so many good designs, and that similar to you sort of bemoaning that there's a couple of background characters that are amazing in concept and then just get lost. I think you have that a lot in MHA. I think the quirks are very creative, and that they're simply too many for any practicality in being able to deep dive in all of them, that there's a lot of one-off appearance characters that I look at and say, man, I would love to see more about them and their story, but I know we're never going to see them again. Bye.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I can see if the series ever gets popular, it could become one of the things that like the fan base of like MHA does, where they're all like, it's time to make my OC character.
Oh, absolutely.
And they like all have like character sheets. And start making comics.
You can make a
character,
TTRPG on the system.
I think the fun thing too is the fact that they didn't like chicken out on their design plans in this manhwa. So you get like, how like there's a furry scale where it's like something is like human with cat ears, and then all the way on the other end is like that's a cat.
Yeah.
There is a lot of designs goes all along that scale throughout the series that goes from like that's a person with bug eyes on top of her head for some reason, and at the other end that's a spider with the face of a woman. And it's just like it's so good. There's like so many in between all of that where it's just different levels of bug.
That sounds cool.
across all the designs.
like
And I don't know. I just go crazy over the designs in this book, in this series.
Yeah, you've sold me because I hate bugs IRL. Or I'm not, it's not a phobia of insects. That if I am walking outside and, I see a beetle or a cicada or, a cricket or whatever, even a spider, I'm going to walk around it. I'm not necessarily going to get up close and personal with it, be like, ooh, I love this, super fascinating. I want to, like hold it and such.
Oh, hey, cool. Oh, no, I don't like cicadas.
Yeah.
I do not like cicadas either.
No, but I'm going to generally walk around and be like, whatever. I'm not going to flee in fear if it's not, like an angry wasp coming at me or something. But if a cricket or a spider is in my apartment, sorry, you have invaded territory. You're probably not getting out alive.
Shoe overhead, prepare to die.
Like, sorry, buddy. I would not bother you. I'm not going to go out of my way to harm you in your domain, but you have invaded mine, and I do not like bugs enough, and I'm not, the idea of trying to, like, delicately pick one up and place it outside, not for me, and, sorry, bug. No offense. It's nothing personal, kid. Squish.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of people, I would
seeing
love
it
to
in
see
media,
a lot more people get into the series.
Yeah, and that, especially for, drawing and art and stuff like that, that even if it's grotesque and very, very buggy, that's not going to bother me at all.
I don't think it will. There may be some parts where, like, it may affect you, because sometimes there would be, like, close-ups on, like, some of the more monstery people's faces, but that's just
like, I can see a close-up picture of a bug if it's, it's on my computer screen. If it's not the actual live bug in front of me, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. So definitely between that and Academy's Undercover Professor, that, like I said, I don't read much manga because usually I prefer to watch his anime, but taking an educated gamble on, all right, I don't necessarily think this is going to get adapted, or if it is, that they are too long to be fully adapted, and that I will take that gamble, and that makes me more likely to read manhwa than any manga, actually.
Yeah, it's also the thing with manhwa is a lot of times when they get adapted, they don't get adapted by Japanese anime studios. They get adapted by Chinese anime studios.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that they, they're usually very long, and they aren't necessarily going to get the full adaptations anyways, that they're likely to be those lure types where, all right, we go through an arc or two, and now go read the material.
Yep. All right, we got your primer.
Yep.
You got to watch all these. Then you got to go read the stories, because now it's going to take a couple of years for us to get the backing necessary to
if we get
produce more for you.
Yeah. So remember how I was saying before we went live that, sometimes average is like 2.5, 3 hours, but sometimes I blink and 3.5 hours have gone by.
We ended up at 4.5.
We blinked at 4.5. Ta-da!
Ta-da, it's magic.
It's magic, yeah.
Don't you know it's magic?
But it is starting to get a bit late, and I know that we are probably both getting a little bit hungry at this point in time. So I have just a couple of last questions that I ask all my guests before we start to wrap up. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? So we are just about at the halfway point of the year, so there's still plenty of time to do stuff. And whether it's, maybe a new model design or a particular type of stream, or wanting to just getting back into editing, do you have anything that you're hoping to accomplish before the end of 2025?
I do actually have quite a lot. Right now I'm doing I'm raising money to move to Norway. After that, there's like, not after that for all my stuff, but I do want to start releasing videos on YouTube. I have the scripts done for at least 3 videos. I have the footage for 2 of those videos already completely captured and pretty much ready to go. My hardest part for me is recording. I'm terrified of recording because, like, the stage fright I mentioned before.
Yeah.
And how, like, I had, like, forced myself to do that one story recording on stream. So that's one thing I'm going to try to force myself through before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Once I move, I'm hoping to be able to set up a more soundproof work area so I can start recording for voice auditions again. I can't guarantee that I'll have a role before the end of the year, but the hope is that I will be able to audition to enough to be able to get at least one role.
Always the goal, yeah. If you don't mind my asking, you can choose to not answer. What attracts you specifically to Norway that I can understand, all right, you want to move somewhere else, but is there something particular about Norway as opposed to Canada or New Zealand or any other place that I guess you don't normally hear people call out Norway as that's where I'm going to?
The number one reason is because I have friends there.
That'll
Friends
do
there
it.
have already offered me the opportunity to move in.
Simple enough.
That's probably the number one. The number two is Norway is also a really good country for when it comes to the use of my degree in terms of marine science. It could be anything from aquaculture to their general fisheries. To just Norway is one of the biggest fishery countries on the planet.
Yeah, now that I think about it, because Norwegian salmon is a thing, and just
crabbing is a very big thing up there too.
That makes perfect sense. Hell yeah!
There's a third one I had, but now I can't remember it.
Oh, cool! Very excited for you.
I grew up in Texas. I like the cold. I don't like the heat.
Oh, I like the cold absolutely. That it's easier to get warmer when you're cold than to get cold when you're warm.
I can put on as many clothes as I need. I can only take so many off.
Exactly. Yeah. Where does that fall in time zone relativity? I always forget.
From Central, I think right now it's Central Daylight Savings. I think it's either 5 or 6 hour difference.
Yeah, because it's close to UK in terms of time zones, obviously. So
I think
around
it's
there.
Hour ahead of the UK.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 2 hours.
Okay, yeah. So
GMT plus.
Yeah, at the very least, it is not so far that being able to be awake at the same time as friends and family becomes a hassle. That it may require a little bit more coordination, but you're not moving to Japan or way other end where it's 12, 14 hour difference, and that you're waking up as the others are falling asleep. So that's great. And the fact that you already have friends there, which means, you know where you're going to go. You're not necessarily, you're not hunting for a place to live. You're not having to worry about that. So that, to imagine, just makes things so much easier. I've always planned on
moving out of the country since I was little, moving out of the US. And it's well, this is the best opportunity that's presented itself.
Yeah, that's great. Very excited for you.
Time to jump on it.
And that, like you said, hopefully once you have that space, that you're then able to make something more conducive for recording than what you can necessarily make in a rented apartment or such. So
yeah, that's right. Now I don't have any soundproofing up. So it's bouncing off bare wall over here.
I very famously am in a blanket and pillow fort.
I was considering doing that at one point, but then I was like, it's going to be more expensive to ship sound blankets and stuff overseas than if I just bought them there. I have a single
big sound blanket draped. I have it's a TV on the large desk, and then 2 sort of frame shelves from IKEA that act to prop it up. So I'm not having this sound blanket pushing down on my head, but that it creates 3/4 of a box in front of me. I have the monitors in that 3/4 of a box, and then the other part of the blanket is resting on the back of the chair behind me. And I actually bought an extra microphone arm that I have extended straight upward to help prop up the blanket so it's not sagging down on my head. And that's how I have the moderately good sound dampening that I have here.
Ooh, I had considered doing a PVC box method at one point, but again,
those work
it's one of
too,
those things. I can set that up here, but I'm not going to be able to move it with me. So I'm just going to figure out whatever setup I'm going to work with once I move.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially if you have the box method, or if we're going to have a space that I can just be we're padding this whole fucking room.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm very excited for that, and that hopefully all that goes as smoothly as possible.
I'm excited. I'm very excited.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not the question of what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. Some folks have said, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had others that have a more clinical approach and say, I think my model's really cool, But for me, at the end of the day, it is a tool I use as an entertainer, and that I think having the model lets me do things more creatively than I could as a face cam streamer, but that I don't necessarily have a deep emotional tie to my model. There's a lot of in-betweens of those and even beyond, but the reasons that people resonate with VTubing are pretty diverse. So for you, Marin, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I think you kind of nailed it with that like big one, this both being like an outlet for creativity and imagination, but also just like it's one of the goofiest things of like, what's the theme I wanted? What's a way that I think I could present myself that way? And how could I like grow into that character? Which is the way that like I feel like I kind of have over my years of like streaming thus far, is I went from just being like, I'm kind of scared, maybe this like character isn't for me, I don't think it's convincing, to developing a community that has like not only I wanted to grow into, but has given me the confidence to be the character I wanted to be.
Yeah.
While also being capable of presenting the things I want the world to learn and to understand. Weirdly, I like my edutainment. I don't know where else to go from there.
Well, I never know exactly what a guest is going to say is the answer to that question. The answers always make sense. That even from whether it's 2, 4.5, 9 hours, that people do end up having a certain level of consistency, and that, you know, even as much of the mention of, you know, the edutainment that we were saying just a couple minutes ago from Jungle Juice, enjoying the different aspects of the entomology in all of it, and that you have the creativity, you have this underlying part of marine biology and horror there that isn't necessarily surface level, pun half intended, in your model, but that you see these through lines and that consistency of interest in different elements, which wind up wrapping back into marine biology and your interests just sort of across the board, and that everything ends up fitting together and just being Marin, and that it makes sense. And that
Correct.
I'm so glad that you found VTubing, and that it sounds like you have not only just found something you enjoy, but that you have a plan. You have these things, these multiple goals, and even as far as where you want to be physically, not just, you know, where do you want to be as a creator, but having that plan, and that you've been going through the motions. It's not something that seems in any way impulsive, that you have clearly put in the thought. You have found what will be a solid, stable situation for you, and are, you know, raising money, making sure that that process and that move will be done in a financially practical way. And even the parts of still having some level of stage fright and nervousness around your recording, that you are still forcing yourself out of that comfort zone, that you actively put it on the wheel, knowing that, okay, maybe it's something that I kind of need to be coaxed into a little bit, but that over time, I suspect that it will continue to become easier. I'm imagining it's probably already a lot easier than it used to be. And I'm very excited to see where you end up going from here, literally, figuratively, creatively, physically. So,
I'm very excited.
I think you've got a lot to look forward to.
The last few years have already been wonderful, and I've been trying my best to do what like a lot of other creators have done in the case of like their level of growth and everything. And I think I've frustrated myself in being jealous of like those people instead of seeing like what I'm good at. There's a weird way like to say it. It's like I've seen so many people that come and go in the case of like they get partner in a month, and then they like burn themselves out in a year.
Yep.
And but like I've instead built my community, like the weirdest place to put it is brick by brick. I have so many like, what's the word? I have like a bunch of like really close viewers that are there at like every stream. Yeah. Or in the case of Lucian, who's been here the whole time, Lucian is at pretty much every collab I have.
Aww. Well,
Lucian was at the collab this morning. Lucian comes to every one of the TTRPGs that I play in on other people's streams. And sometimes there's other people like that. Most of them are European, so of course they've already crashed by this point.
But, well, it's going to get easier when you move to Norway.
Speaking of when I see Bob Blazer,
By the way, thank you
But
to, forget if I thanked Grinzon, but thank Grinzon, G4M Byte, Marceline, and Bob Laser.
But it's with those, like, I feel like I've built a much more solid foundation than probably a lot of other VTubers have in how fast their community has come and gone at times.
Yeah.
While I have, like, many of my regulars are seemingly extremely devoted, and I couldn't tell them, like, and some of them were, like, my positive driving force for a lot of the new things that I've been trying recently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's always the nervousness of things like I mentioned with like the stage fright and stuff. And then half the time it's my community is like, just do it. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
I very much believe that content creation is the long game, that it's certainly not impossible for folks to have instant success and not burn out. But I think it is an unfortunate side effect of sometimes folks who have the high level of early success and aren't able to scale themselves up, very understandably and naturally are going to be more prone to burnout, because it means that they get overwhelmed and inundated and end up having the types of problems that bigger creators have without having the foundational knowledge of the things that you pick up as a smaller creator. And I'm certainly happy when I see folks that are able to parlay early success into long-term success, but I definitely have seen over the years that I've done VTuber Talk, there's a lot of folks that, were on the early episodes of VTuber Talk that have stuck around and have continued to grow, and that sometimes the sort of inflection point can be abrupt, but that the work that goes in during the earlier times sets folks up so that when they have those inflection points and sudden spikes, that they are all the more prepared to parlay it into that long term, because they've had some amount of foundational experience, as opposed to those who get, admittedly, very lucky and very fortunate and are not equipped to parlay that into longer term success, not through any fault of their own, but just because they haven't been able to get that experience. And that obviously you've had a fair amount of success yourself. But
a slow crawling success story.
But that I very much think that if and when you end up seeing a spike, that you are going to be equipped to parlay it into that longer term.
Try my best. It's I know there's some people too that have found like that instantaneous success, and they hit that burnout. Burnout comes in a lot of different forms. And of course, there's the VTubers that like their burnout comes in quitting, giving up. I've even seen some VTubers that their burnout takes the form of they try really hard, they get partner in a month, and then in like 3, 4, 5 months, they drop a post saying they're either quitting or going on indefinite hiatus because they're not successful enough. And I'm like, you got partner in a month. What do you mean? That was back when I started. There was, weirdly enough, 2021 had a lot of VTubers I remember from that period that went on like indefinite hiatus or quit under pretense that they had like quit their job to go into streaming.
Yeah.
And then didn't get successful enough to be able to stay off that job, even though many of them were partners and above.
And I was actually going to say that I think that's the type of thing of, not necessarily that they are in any way ungrateful for their success, or that, it is not enough for them, but that some of them who got that early success, like you said, either quit their job and that it wasn't enough to sustain, so they had to then fall back to IRL jobs, and weren't necessarily equipped to have the balance, so they went on indefinite hiatus to understandably make sure that their living situation is taken care of, which is the responsible thing to do. And that some come back afterwards once they are stable again in terms of living and financials with their new job, but that some do not. That for some, it can be sort of a broken habit type of thing. Some, it can just be loss of interest. Everybody has their particular circumstances. But
there's one type of burnout I've seen in larger VTubers. This is just because I'm an analytical type of person, not in like looking at their analytics and stuff, but just like watching their streams. It feels like there's some of the larger VTubers out there that have just phoned it in for months, possibly years, like their streams are hangout zones. They're just, they open stream and they yap with a friend, or they just play a game like blank faced. But that's what their communities, I guess, are there for now at this point. They're still large, they're still big, they're still.
Yeah, some folks enjoy that, and that for some.
I think that's probably part of the. A lot of them, the ones I'm talking about, I'm not gonna lie, are the ones that like got popular during the VTuber boom of like 2020, 2021, and they've just had that audience for so long. It probably feels shallow for me to talk about this, but it feels like it's definitely some kind of burnout. Do they do nothing? Absolutely not. Like some of them are like singers. Some of them occasionally do like big streams. They're like host a game show or something. But those are very few and far between.
In some ways, I think that's sort of the practical and almost responsible thing to do. That if you are able to have that success, and that if your audience is comfortable, if not eager, to just sort of hang out and, hey, we enjoy your content, we enjoy your personality, and even if it's just you and somebody else playing a game or chatting, that we're there and we still enjoy that, and that they're able to do those lower stress streams on the regular to make sure that they are still having consistent content, but then investing their time and efforts in these larger production things like game shows or other big events, and understanding I can't do that every day. That's going to burn me out, but I can do one big special thing every 2-3 weeks, a month, or whatever.
When I say like few and far between, I mean like 6 months apart. It just feels like one of those things where there's like, the weirdest way to put it, this is probably just me bitching, I'm not gonna lie. But it feels to some of these like larger VTubers that, what's the word that some people use for like YouTubers? They're not placated. Maybe it's placated? No. I'm trying to think of, how do we put this? They've grown fat in their chair? Is that one way to say this?
I feel like if the audience is still engaged, if they're tuning in and enjoying it, then, hey, more power to them.
I suppose you're right. I think it's just the difference of, this is the goofy part. I think it's the difference of like complacent. Yeah, complacent could be one of the words for it. I don't know. It's probably just general jealousy after doing this for so long, and the jealousy is hard to avoid in a creative outlet ?
I think that envy is a natural human emotion. It's how you, it's how you internalize and act on and
choose to improve yourself.
Choose to do that.
If you take the positive outlook, instead of some of the like crazy people that are like, I'm jealous, I'm gonna stab you.
Yeah, no, and that even yours is just that there ends up being different styles and different content patterns that, at different scales people are able to do. And that it's, from an analytical standpoint, it is very interesting of just, hey, that at a certain point, it is practical. And like I said, in some ways, I think it's even the responsible method to do lower, I don't want to say lower effort streams, but I want to say lower stress streams, lower overhead streams, where you were able to still, engage your community, even if it's not super active engagement, but that you're able to do stuff and that you're able to have streams, and that, just knows there's other struggles that larger creators, and it doesn't matter if they're VTubers, Facecam creators, YouTube, long form video editors and creators, that being able to do something for the everyday and then have the big special things, whether it is monthly or twice a year, that I just want to see folks succeed. And hey, if the fans are there and they're not being belligerent to the creator, each other, or other communities, I think that's success.
I agree.
But Ryu, that I think that, like I was saying, it's cool that you've had the success you've had, and I think you're going to have a lot more. And I don't think that I or necessarily you know exactly which shape it's going to take, because you were doing a lot of cool things. And I could very easily see any number of them being the thing that clicks and takes off. And that if and when that happens, that you will have sort of a choice of, all right, to what degree do you want to, I don't want to say min-max, but,
Like,
shift to
dive
proportionally.
into, specialize in.
Exactly. And, that's a choice that you're going to be able to make, and that you are going to be better equipped than any one of your viewers, any commentator, any third party to decide what is best for you. And that I think regardless, you have, like I said, a lot to look forward to. So I'm very excited to see where you go from here, and I cannot thank you enough for taking the time to talk with me today. This has been so much fun.
Of course, thank you for inviting me.
Pleasure's all mine. Yeah. And
I'm curious though, am I the only person who's brought up Kirby Air Ride in 171 episodes?
You are not the only one.
Damn it.
That I am happy to say that there have been a couple of others, but I will certainly say that usually I'm the one that, in the number of Kirby Air Ride instances on VTuber Talk, I would say a good 80% is I bring it up because I am trying to spotlight what I think is a diamond in the rough. But there is about that 20% of the time that when Kirby Air Ride comes up, that there are those proud others like us, Marin, that are the diehard Kirby Air Ride fans. Like, I have show notes from all of the 171 now shows. I would need to do a quick search to see who else is a Kirby Air Ride fan, but I know we're not alone. And whenever Kirby Air Riders comes out, that I don't do like gaming mostly on my channel, but that I might just organize a thing on the side just for funsies of being like, hey, who wants to do New City Trial?
I was thinking of doing a tournament. I have like a good theme, I think, in case of like being a Dark Carnival streamer and stuff, and being like, do like a pretend tournament as if it's like sponsored by the Dark Carnival.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Is like one of the things I was thinking. And I don't know if the game's gonna have it. If they have like a spectator opportunity of some kind, and I would like be able to spectate the whole thing, then I'd love to do like shoutcasting and stuff for it.
Yeah,
I did that a while back that I haven't got to do again, where I shoutcasted a charity Dead by Daylight tournament.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was kind of a one-time thing, and I made like an entire PNG for it, and then I didn't get to do it again because it never came around again. Because
my guess is there won't be a spectator mode in Air Riders. Just I can't think of any Nintendo game that has ever had a proper spectator mode. And just
doesn't Mario Kart have like a tournament mode that would allow for spectators?
I haven't played any of the recent Mario Karts to know. I know there's like Grand Prix
I know there's a tournament mode of some kind. I don't know if it functions in a way that can be viewable by like a spectator.
Yeah, not sure.
I don't know for sure.
Be cool. But I didn't know that you had done shoutcasting of any sort. That's neat. I hope you get more opportunities like that.
It was fun. I need to reach out to it. Either that, or I need to start like planning stuff with more people so I can be capable of doing it. Because some of those things I can't do alone.
Yeah,
I don't have the skills or the money.
It is a lot. And even just for my own annual charity marathon, nothing else. I know that obviously the coordination involved there is a ton. I have done some hosting for a couple of charity events with a group called it's Fast Pace Events is the group. And that I have not been the commentator for what are the speed runs, but I'm the one sort of quote unquote at the desk that they throw to sort of between segments, reads out donations, hypes up the different things. I will chime in every so often of like, hey, we reached goal, so that means that you, the speedrunner, now do this thing. So it's fun to do this every so often. Haven't been able to do it recently, but I always like doing hosting gigs where and when I can.
I want to do like more events and more special stuff as I can, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I do actually have one last question, and that's who would you like us to raid?
Oh, goodness.
While she looks around, I will do some last housekeeping. Thank you to Lucian for the follow as well, and to everyone who has been here, whether you've been here from the start or floated in along the way. Thank you for sitting around and letting Marin and I do our crazy deep dives. There's probably been, I would assume that everyone who's still here has sat through at least one of these conversations, or sort of smiling and nodding, being like, I have no idea what the hell they're talking about all this stuff, Magic the Gathering nitty gritty, or deep dives on, whether it's food, marine biology, Kirby Air Ride, different TCGs. So thank you for letting us nerd out together and for sticking around. Do appreciate it. If for some absurd reason you are not following Marin already, please do correct that. The links are down in the channel panels, obviously right in the name of the stream, but also shout out Marin.
All right, I have a couple.
And thank you as well.
I'm gonna pitch to you, and this is up to you.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Emot is currently playing Star Wars Jedi 2. If you're a fan of Star Wars and anything like that, and then my friend Nahoko Veda is currently playing the new Five Nights at Freddy's game.
Oh. They both sound great. Then you choose. Also, Queen Solo, thank you very much for the follows.
I needed the tiebreaker.
For some reason, I was thinking about Star Wars earlier today. I'll take that as a sign. Let's go with Star Wars.
Okay. Here, I will send you the link in case you want to grab the name.
Yeah. Don't want to accidentally misspell. So how do you pronounce that? Emot?
Designation Emot.
Designation Emot. Awesome. Well, again, thank you to everyone.
Emot stands for enormous, massive tentacles.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I see from the profile picture here something that looks like an enormous, massive tentacles, and I hadn't recognized it on site, but as soon as you said it, I was like,
is very much SCP, kind of.
Ooh, very fun. Yeah. Well, for folks, hopefully you all had a good time here. I do these shows at one point in time, did them once a week. Now they've been closer to once a month, trying to get back to the more consistent thing, but life's busy, and I certainly can't promise consistency on time. I do try to schedule around the guests. So if you're interested in more shows like these, you can follow me here on Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky. It's just VTuber Talk every place. And yeah, this has been episode 171, definitely more to come. So hopefully you'll join me again. But even if not, be sure to follow Marin and keep up with all of her fun stuff. So have a great rest of your day, everyone. Tell Emot that Marin sent you, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye, everyone.